Yeah, mate. Good morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where by the end of today we're going to see who the first player into Saturday night's final is going to be. We're going to have a two-horse race towards the line, and this is what happened on Moving Day Tuesday. Well, Philip van Hasse picked up his first win at the Super Series yesterday. He'll be looking to push on the final day, try and pick up a couple of wins and build a little bit of confidence ahead of his Group C campaign on Thursday and Friday. The same can be said about Kevin Painter, the artist. Not really seen him hit his top gear so far this week, but one thing we know about Painter is he's going to give it absolutely everything. As for Martijn Drack, well, he missed double 12 for 9 darter yesterday, but in terms of points and performances, it just wasn't to be for him. Peter Hudson has been as solid as a rock throughout the course of this week. 10 points to his name going into the final day's action. Group B looks like it's very much in his hands. As for Christian Kiss, he went on a massive spurt during the middle of yesterday's session, but defeat in his final game means that he is up against it in terms of qualification. He's still in the race, but he's got to try and beat Blommer, who just seems to get better as the days go on here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. It is his to lose from here. And watching all of the action in the commentary box yesterday, Chris Mason. Chris, we spoke about Kevin Blommer on Monday, and he got better yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he just seems to be enjoying the environment. He enjoys the course and the distance, the format, and he looks a happy player. And any happy sportsman is a dangerous one, and he's proven to be just that right now.
Could the last round of fixtures yesterday be the most important when you consider Christian Kiss made a big push towards the middle of the session, but then just slipped up at the end?
Yeah, well, we said yesterday there's a potential for this group to sort of be split into two different groups, and right now that's exactly what happens. I think the top spot is certainly sorting it out there for one of the two behind to maybe nick off Blommer. But yeah, they're going to have to produce something special today.
Well, this is how the table looks then going into the final day here at the Super Series. Kevin Blom at 18, Christian Kiss 16, and then down the bottom end of the table, it's kind of split into two different leagues now, hasn't it?
Yeah, the only like I said, the only place it's up for grabs is position 3, which of course could be a big statement, because that position 3 puts you in to Group B with position 2, which is a much easier group to qualify because the top 3 from 5 get through. But Drack's going to have to be perfect today. And we've seen from Hudson, as on Monday, that his scoring's there, but sometimes he can go missing on the finishing. And if that happens and Drack gets his game from Monday back, it could be up for grabs. But yeah, a lot of permutations will have to happen.
Is there anything you could put your finger on as to the decline of the Drack performance yesterday?
Probably the standard of everybody else's play against him. You know, we often say about timing and everything else. Listen, he missed double 12 for a 9, so you know you don't do that if you don't have lots of ability. But the matches he lost, he looked fresh enough. Me and Nico thought in the morning he looked the man to maybe go on a bit of a charge. But yeah, everybody he played yesterday performed very well.
Well, this is how yesterday looked then numerically. This is day 2 by the numbers in Group A. And in terms of the overall average, 85.67. That's around about par for the course. But that checkout rate, 34.11%, just a little bit above that 33% we like to talk about.
Yeah, and the numbers improved from Monday, which is probably why Drack didn't have so much success yesterday, because of that improvement across the field. We had a high from Painter yesterday of 155, who's still the highest, of course, is the 164. An 11 darter, plenty of 180s, 26 of them, 8 of them came from Peter Hudson. All in all, I thought it was a great session yesterday. A couple of ton plus averages, the high being the 106.65 from Kiss, which was nearly a personal best.
It nearly was. So that was day 2 by the numbers. And you get the feeling that today, between Blom and Kiss, it's going to be very much a cat and mouse type of race. Yeah,
and it may come down to when they meet, but they can't afford to drop points elsewhere, because the other one will take advantage, and it could well come down to the meeting, and then we'll be looking at legs difference.
Well, let's see what the bookies make then of this thrilling battle to go on and win the group. Of course, Peter Hudson's not out of it, but he's probably going to have to win every game and then hope that something else happens elsewhere. So it's most probably going to be a 2-horse race between Blommer and Kist.
Yeah, and interestingly, Kiss was the favourite to win the group over the course of 2 days, despite what happened on Monday. Yeah, I like Blommer at 4 to 5 for the short price punters. I think he'll run away with it today. I think the player that looks the most likely to slip up for me is Kist.
Well, you're under a little bit of pressure today.
I am.
Because the Asset Acker landed at 13 to 1 yesterday. Let's see what the ace can provide us with today. 9.36 to 1.
Yeah, I've not gone quite as ambitious as Nico yesterday, but I've gone Blom minus 1.5 against Painter at evens. Kist, most 1/8 is... that's a big price, 2 to 1. Kiss most 1/8 is against Van Gassi, and Kist against Blom. Total 1/8 is over 1.5 at 8 to 11, pays 9.36 to 1.
18 plus, begambleaware.org, and it looks like the pundits are going to be having, well, a little bit of a competition off this week.
We're having our own little internal battle in the comms box.
So it's 1-0 to the Asset. Well, talking about possibilities of 1-0, it's all about striking that pose early on, isn't it, for Kevin Blommer, sending out that statement of intent, forcing Christian Kiss to pick up points and forcing the pressure upon him.
Yeah, and he can put him even further behind after game 1, and that will be his plan. To go out on the attack today and just worry about what he does. If he remains perfect, he goes through.
As you see, he is behind us, ready to go. He's taking on Philip van Hasse. It is an all-Belgian battle to kick off the 3rd day's worth of action here at the MODUS Super Series. Chris Mason is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action in the company of Paul Nicholson.
A very good morning to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV today and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, wherever you are tuning in from. Please get in touch today as we watch 15 more matches to end Group A here in Week 4 of Series 4. A really important game here to start the campaign on Wednesday for these two. It's an all-Belgian battle between this 54-year-old who picked up his first win yesterday and this 34-year-old who's picked up pretty much nothing but wins over the last couple of days. A lovely total of 18 points. Only the 1 defeat to Christian Kist. And that was yesterday. But for Kevin Blommer, eloquently put by my co-commentator Chris Mason, it's in his hands. Can he seal the deal? Can he get the job done over the next 5 matches on Wednesday?
First leg, Philip to throw first.
And that is all
Game on.
he has to worry about. Just got to worry about what he's doing.
Now, this is a really good draw, in my opinion, for Kevin Blommer to play before Christian Kiss does.
140.
He will play Kevin Painter in Game 2 today. But if Kevin Blommer is on 20 points before Christian even throws a competitive dart,
140.
the pressure is levelled straight at Christian immediately.
Absolutely. And that is the advantage for Blommer of going first today.
41.
He can apply real early pressure. He already has a 2-point lead at the top of the table. He wins this one, which we expect him to do. He then
58.
puts a 4-point gap. And they're only separated by 2 in the leg difference. I can quickly change.
100.
It was a really interesting day yesterday, statistically, because we saw a remarkable improvement from both Blommer and Kist when it came to daily averages.
133.
But if you're comparing the two of them, there was only a 1/10 of a point between them over the whole day. They both had their
60.
best
Kevin, you
Super
require
Series performance
170.
to date. They both put in really good, consistent play. They both lost one game.
And I think that was the issue
77.
for Drac yesterday, because the level was
160.
raised by pretty much everybody.
Including Philip van Gasse,
Yeah.
who beat Martijn Dracht,
41.
giving him his first
Kevin,
2
you
points.
require 93.
Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong for Drac yesterday went wrong.
Early chance for Philip. He'll have to start in the
19.
19s. Well, there's the single, leaving 100. And Blommer will get his first chance for a
99.
break of throw here in leg
Kevin,
1
you
of the
require
day.
40.
3 in hand. Just
Game
how you
on
like
the
it.
first leg, Kevin
Almost
Blommer.
finds the middle of the bed. A 16 dart break of throw, just continuing where he left off yesterday.
Second leg, Kevin to throw
It's a bit like a
first.
garage track, that one.
Game on.
Do you really like it? Is it wicked? It very much is, because let's face it, yesterday, on day 2, Blommer started brilliantly
85.
with his best performance of the week so far, and then after that he got even better. I know he stumbled against Kist, but it feels
100.
that he's been top of the table all week long, with the exception of probably around about an hour,
Yeah,
if not a little bit less than that yesterday.
where we had a game in hand situation,
59.
wasn't it? And they both him and Kiss do have a bit of a smelly one in them, and it's all about when that happens. And
45.
yesterday, Kist got away with his smelly one against Martijn. He averaged 80.62, but still won 4-3. And sometimes that's what it's all about. It's what you get away
43.
with. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, if you play well and lose, it's about as relevant as playing poorly and winning.
Yeah. I think Manchester United manager
41.
Alex Ferguson said it very eloquently once about it's not just about playing brilliantly all the time, it's about playing and winning even when you're not at your best. And he found it quite frustrating that
134.
people would play badly all season, and then when someone played against Manchester United, they would always lift their level. Well, if your level dips today
100.
for 1 or 2 games, if you're in the quest for this top spot, you might get bitten.
Yeah, you may well be in a spot of bother. Be no surprise that Hasse was an 11-4 dog in this race. Blommer 1-4.
And interestingly as well, we talked about it in the latter portion of Monday and the early part of
45.
Tuesday.
Kevin, you require
For
46.
Kevin Blommer to win this week, it was 16-1. You will not get that price at all again this week. And that is a really wicked deflection there.
And in fairness, when we got a bit of inside track on how he's been playing, but when we were looking back over sort of some data we've got on him, it's caught us by a bit of a surprise. And sometimes these kind of moments in a player's career can be the trigger point for them finding another level.
Third leg, Philip to
a couple of really good positives going into this match for Kevin as well. He's playing someone who he's beaten twice this week already. So he's definitely got Philip's number. His leg difference sits at plus 22. If he has the same day as he had on Monday by being undefeated and goes a bit crazy in some of the games, he will not just break the leg difference record for Group A, he will surpass it the way that Usain Bolt surpassed everybody in a 100-meter race, looking back at all of his opponents. That's how impressive it has been. But here's the funny thing.
32.
He's only 2 legs ahead.
Yeah. I mean, there's a 43-leg swing between these two in terms of leg difference. I can't remember
93.
a bigger gap.
43 legs is a lot of darts. Yeah. A lot of darts.
100.
You've got to pay homage to Blummer when it came to his doubling yesterday. I mean, it was all right on Monday when he picked up 10 points, but yesterday he was approaching 50%.
Wow.
It was the best individual
93.
doubling performance of the week. 48% for Tuesday. 16 hits from 33. That really is exceptional.
Yeah, and the standard was set early for him
130
when he played Peter Hudson. And incredibly, he was an even money shot in that game, and he averaged 96.52 and was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. And we always say when a player starts missing a lot of doubles, it tends to drag through the day, doesn't it? They sort of end up
60.
They end up just missing doubles throughout the day, but 4 out of 7 to start the day, and that set the tone.
We'll get on to Peter Hudson in time when he plays Martijn Dracht in game number 3, because his double stats make for
70.
very interesting reading. Double 12. Down in the basement. And finding what we like to call the ashdown for Philip van Gassa. Well, when it comes to his stats for the week, things did improve yesterday. He has an overall average for the week of 81.93. But yesterday, closer to 83 overall, which was much better. And we have to look at that one win that he had against Martijn Dracht, because he averaged 90.94, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. That was a really good, steady performance with a lot of really good single treble visits. Lots of tons, lots of things like 97 and 85. He didn't make many mistakes.
And his highest finish of the week,
100.
101.
I just wonder what kind of threat he could pose in Group C
41.
on Thursday and Friday, starting at 1 p.m. if you're marking your smartphone calendar for the next couple of days.
Yeah, it'll see how it'll be interesting to see how he responds with that reset mentality. We've seen it before. Seen it before where a player has not really set the world on fire in Group A and gone into Group C and looked a different animal.
His improvement exactly was 2.03 points in average from Monday to Tuesday. 44. If he can do that again today, and then again tomorrow, we're talking about a really competitive level.
Yeah, mid-80s is, as we said, mid-80s can beat mid-90s if you've got the throw and you time everything perfectly.
Stay right there. Double 19, and he threw that one way too quickly. There was actually a case. I know sometimes you like the big finish, but sitting on 38 with your opponent on 219, there was a case there for a single 6.
Yeah, and that's possibly down to inexperience and wanting to create your own highlight reels. And he's done that already this week.
Yeah, you got nothing to prove, Kevin.
3. Philip, you require
this would sting.
122.
This would be like a summer Sussex wasp in your collar. 777. Just taking a bit of a reset and just missing out, but a really fine try.
I always used to have an issue with that one on the 126 and the 122. I always got a little, not necessarily confused, but I could never remember whether it was. But like I said, we don't do the math. We just know what's left. And I used to think, is the 418s 12, or is that
Fifth leg, Philip,
the 618s 12, or is it the
game on
619s on 126 12?
Welcome to the world of how a dart player's brain works.
Yeah, not very well most of the time.
I always used to like going for 51 tops for 142. And when I was playing in my World Championship debut match, I actually hit it. But in the next game
58.
against Adrian Lewis, I hit the 51, then a 17, and I was so lost as to what I had. I was on stage. It's like someone had broken my calculator.
60.
Yeah, you get that sort of brain freeze moment, don't you? Because you're expecting to hit it, so you're not even contemplating the calculation if you miss.
Well, so far, Blommer's averaging 82 and a bit, proving to be enough. He's getting enough chances at doubles.
But to create the lead, he was averaging
100.
well into the late 80s prior to a 21 dart leg 4.
He doesn't give two hoots about statistics today. He just
121.
wants points. I think if he gets 8 points, he's good.
Oh, yeah.
If he gets 8 points and he doesn't go through this group, I'll be amazed.
60.
And consequently, you may be wondering when Blommer and Kist will play each other. It will be in game 11. It's quite late in the schedule, and we might have that as a bit of a shootout game.
Yep, it could well be. The winner of that one wins the group.
134. Philip, you require 141.
Kevin Painter and Kiss to follow this one. So an immediate opportunity
81.
for Kiss to close the gap to just 2.
This is a match-winning chance. He does not get a shot at the bullseye to end the leg.
57. Philip, you
Barkasa
require
can
60.
limit the gap that Kevin could create for himself in additional leg difference, because winning that leg means that the best case scenario is 4-2 for the younger of the two Belgians.
And that will
Six
put
leg
him,
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
in terms of leg difference, 4 in front of Kist.
100.
I think all he wants right now is to be 4 points ahead. That's for sure. This week, including
140.
the amount of darts he's had at double in this match, Blommer has now had 101 darts at double. And he has hit 39 of them. That's not bad at all.
No, I've said I'm not good at maths, but that's about 39%.
That's exactly why I brought it up, I thought. If everybody wants to know how good he's been, when you get to around the 100 mark and you see how many hits there are, it doesn't take it.
Well, 40% over that kind of sample's elite level, isn't it?
Correct. It's where we look.
140.
At MODUS Super Series darts, it's usually between 33 and 34%. But if you're around the 40, then you're doing a lot right.
Yeah, you look on the top sort of 20 in the Pro Tour, they're up around 40%-ish.
86. Philip, you require 140.
Well, Philip is not letting him have it all his own way.
40.
Well, there's the 40
You
gone.
require 82.
Still in 2 dart range. But he was always depending on whether Kevin Blommer would finish it off right here. And it's his first match dart at double top.
62. Philip, you require 100.
So will we go the distance in our first game of the day? Still a maybe.
Had that tops gone in, Nico, he'd have been very close to his tournament
44.
running
Kevin, you
stats
require
in terms of
20.
checkout percentages.
Consistency has been key for him the last couple of days. Double 5, and things are getting a bit more nervy. Is he starting to think about it?
15.
Because his demeanour is
Philip, you
different to the
require
last couple of
56.
days. Make no mistake, this guy's not under any pressure
16.
today.
No, he's free rolling,
Kevin,
isn't
you
he?
require 5.
He might be wearing a blue shirt, but he's trying to make his opponent very blue. One more dart. And that's just about in. Look at the relief on the face of Kevin Blommer. He now goes to 20 points in the table, and he does create that gap of 4 points. He looks at his right hand and he says he was shaking a little bit. I don't blame him. There are good and big things happening for him today, potentially. Not his best performance, but he still bags the 2 points with that 81.36 average. And his checkered percentage did dive a little bit towards the end. When we come back, it's up to Christian Kist to bring that gap back to 2 as he's up against Kevin Painter.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Blommer continues to set the pace here in Group A, getting the better of Philip van Hasse by 4-2 in our opening match of the session. That now means he's opened up a 4-point lead on Christian Kisser. We're going to see in action now against Kevin Painter. He's played some impressive stuff this week, as the stats for the first couple of days suggest. A running average of 90.5, 41% checkout ratio as well. That is elite level stuff, that is for sure. Can he continue that today, and can he possibly find his way into that finals night later on this week on Saturday night by getting the better of Blommer in terms of the table? His first assignment is Kevin Painter, and first up in the commentary box is Paul and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Well, all the games have a different dynamic to it in the opening, well, probably the opening 11 matches, with match 11 potentially the most important of them all. For Painter, it's about getting some confidence back to go into Group C tomorrow. But he could become spoiler, Nico.
He could. Mathematically, he can still go into Group B, but I don't remember the last time anybody
Kevin to
erased a 6-point gap between the bottom half and the top half. Not in the last year to 2 years anyway. And when someone is not 100% confident with their equipment, you have to say that Group C is imminent for the man sitting in 5th place in the table. And leg difference can't be ignored either, because he's got that to somehow get rid of as well.
Yeah, and I don't think there's too many situations where, or potential opponents to think where you're going to get a bagel from.
Just like the first game, the person trying to get the #1 position has a 2-0 record against their first opponent of the day. Christian has beaten Kevin on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, yesterday it was a bit of a thumping, wasn't it? 4-0. Kissed at an average of 98.56, was 50% on the doubles, and took out a 140. In fact, it was one of Kevin's better performances, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's played really well against Kevin this week, as Christian. He's in the mid-90s range for both games, and he hasn't lost a leg. So
Christian, you require 100.
Oh yeah, Monday was 4-0 as well.
At this early point, Painter's going to think to himself, I just got to get a leg against this guy.
And he'll be aware of it.
100% he is aware of it.
Yeah, I spoke to Kevin afterwards yesterday just to have a friendly chat, see how he was, and
82.
And he says it's ironic. He's been carrying a few health issues for quite a while, and he said the irony. He said, "I feel absolutely brilliant. And I'm playing like a wally." And he said, "I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. The darts just don't feel right in my hand. And sometimes, and we've all done it, and you'll do it multiple times again. It just happens, doesn't it? We don't know why. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just sport."
Is there a case then, because he's using a barrel today which is very much associated with the Kevin Painter brand, that a drastic change could be needed just to find a little bit of freshness?
Yeah, I'd have probably gone for that yesterday, because now, this is me personally, I'd be hitting the panic button by now, so I'd literally want to be using something that's been tried and tested just to try and somehow get the best of me, that whatever's available.
There's nothing worse than that feeling of, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's when maybe sitting down with someone with a little bit of expertise, whether it's in equipment, in mindset, or in biomechanics, might just unlock something. And there are people out there who have great amounts of experience when it comes to tinkering with tungsten, tinkering with accessories, and just the ability to unlock a little bit of extra feel.
Yeah, well, we've seen Kevin sort of experiment over the last sort of year or so with not necessarily barrel shape, size, or weight, but certainly in terms of grip values. And that's just a sign of frustration because that's another one that's on the bottom right wire and a bit of a blocker.
Yeah, grip texture is definitely something that he's tried and tested with a different brand of darts.
30.
He's gone from a smoother type barrel to something that's got what's called knurling on it.
Yeah, and then he tried the wider ring just to, so it's not a harsh grip, but you get more grip because obviously your skin will sit in the bigger gaps in the rings. And that will frustrate him because he's been under, then he's just over.
Well, that's a single one. Didn't have a great deal of joy with the bullseye early on Tuesday.
No, I couldn't get anywhere near it.
Kevin, you require 80.
And KP gets some joy on tops. Well, tops is out of the equation now. So ironic. So ironic. He can't hit anything, then he gets too much on the second dart, and you almost knew that was going to happen.
I'd have had money on it.
Double 10 to make KP feel even worse.
36.
And maybe Kev can get his first leg against
Kevin, you
Christian Kiss
require
right now.
8.
He had a 155 checkout yesterday, his best of the week, and his celebration was Twitter-worthy.
4.
Certainly GIF-worthy, wasn't it?
20.
Yeah.
Still double 10. It's been a weird old leg, this one. This is for a 9-visit win. 27 darts. And Chris Mason's expression right now tells everything. You don't win many legs in 27 darts here at the MODUS Super Series.
Nope. And he started with a 13, and
I
feared the worst, but there was an opportunity for Kevin there. 3 darts at a double. Everything's a bit left at the moment, isn't it?
Is he gripping the dart a bit tight, potentially? It's coming out of the hand a little bit too late with that shoulder movement, which has always been part of his game.
Well, if you don't feel like you've got
60.
enough grip on your dart, your natural thing is to overgrip.
People at home might be wondering, what are the kind of things that
57.
you could potentially do with a barrel like this? You don't necessarily want to change the equipment, but is there anything you can do? Well, we've seen people use things to enhance grip.
Yeah, that's what I use. I use some of that sort of resiny powder.
You could even put your darts in a jewelry cleaner. You could completely clean them. That's something that I've seen from Kevin McDine. He used to put his darts in a jewelry cleaner where it would take every single piece of dirt out of all the grooves. It's quite an interesting way of doing it, actually.
Yeah, I did it once and then struggled like mad.
Maybe if you're going to do it, a cleaning job, maybe do it by hand with a toothbrush, like I do with my golf clubs.
Yeah, exactly the same way. Toothbrush, bit of warm soapy water, and
put them in the sun and let them get a tan.
Yeah, but I found the dirt on the dart gave me that bit of extra grip.
Does he need the bullseye at the end here? Well, Christian Kist has left 24th to 12.
24.
He's gone from brilliant leg to very odd leg to another great leg. And he's found it in 14. This is such a weird game.
The bit in the middle was a bit bonkers. 13, 27, and 14 darts.
Fourth leg, Christian to throw.
This head-to-head record now is starting to remind me of something that happened back in 2016. Jamie Caven, sorry Jamie if you're watching, honestly, I just can't forget
100.
this. Jamie played Michael van Gerwen at the match play, and Michael beat him 10-0. Then the following week at a European Tour event in Dusseldorf, Jamie played Michael again, and Michael beat him 6-0. It was 16-0 in a week.
Well, this is 11-0 right now.
$57.
Look on the bright side, Kevin. It looks like you're not going to be seeing Christian over the next couple of days.
No, the next time you'll see him, hopefully, is Saturday night.
45.
It can't be ignored, though, that Kevin's running average for the week is slightly under 80. About half a point under.
Yeah, he'd be super disappointed with that.
Correct.
140.
It was a tiny bit better yesterday, if we're trying to be a bit more positive. His doubles percentage for Tuesday wasn't bad. In fact, it's been
85.
consistent at around 32% for Group A in week 4.
The problem is it's been creating the chances, isn't it?
Yeah. He's had 66 darts at a double,
60.
and Kist's had 86. That tells you a big story. And Kevin has had games this week where
95. Christian,
he's
you're
had
requiring
lots of darts at double
144.
without any success.
If you look at the 180 tally, Paul, Kist has had, what did you say,
84.
20 more darts at a double?
Kevin, you require
And
150.
he's had 6 more 180s over 2 days. And like you say, that tells its own story.
The story may be
81.
over for game 2
Christian, you require 60.
to end a nightmare head-to-head for Kevin Painter over the last 3 days.
40.
He gets one more chance, potentially, to
Kevin,
get a
you
leg
require
against
70.
Lipstick.
Treble 18, 19 ball. Well, you hit it when you didn't want it, so just pretend you don't need it, KP.
29. Christian, you require 20.
This is bad news for Kevin and bad news for Kevin Blommer. Double 5.
Game
And there it
shot
is, a
and
4-0
match,
victory for the third
Christian
consecutive
Kist.
day for Christian Kist. So, Christian will now be within 2 points again of Kevin Blommer, and their leg difference now is identical. So that tells us a little bit of a story going into round 2. But before we go there, we'll have a little bit of Martijn Dracht and Peter Hudson as they start their campaign for day 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's very much battle on for that top place in Group A. Christian Kiss getting the better of Kevin Painter by 4-0 before the break. So we head into our final game of the first round of fixtures. Sees Peter Hudson in action up against Martijn Drack. We can have a look at Peter's stats for the first couple of days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Overall running average of 84.03, whilst as far as the checkout ratio is concerned, 26.36%, as you can see on your screen there, as well as an impressive 18 maximums en route as well. Well, he takes on Martijn Drack. Solid day on Monday, 6 points to his total. Didn't pick up a win yesterday, hoping to get back in the winners enclosure today. A win for Hudson would pretty much rubber stamp his place in Group B. Right, watching this one, Chris and Paul.
Welcome back to the action, and this is game 3, which ends round 1 for Wednesday. This 39-year-old from the Greater Manchester area will now take on one of the better players from the Netherlands, who does not have a tour card. But Martijn Drack has not shown us all of his capabilities this week so far. However, he has had a great deal of chances to beat people, and he has tailed off towards the end of both sessions this week. Can he remove the pressure from himself here on Wednesday and find another level going into a challenge for Thursday and Friday?
First leg, Peter to
And you're right.
Rovers.
And what you say is
Game
backed
on.
up by the fact that, yes, he only has 6 points, but by comparison, when you look at Painter on 6 points, Painter's on 6 points minus 15. Drack is on 6 points, only minus 7.
59.
Which tells me when he is losing, it's only by the odd leg here or there.
Absolutely right. And if you look at his results yesterday,
21.
he was not swept aside by any means at all. 4-3, 4-2, 4-3, 4-2, 4-2. We're talking about him being competitive in every game, but he was losing
140.
very key battles in certain matches.
I certainly think he played
58.
certainly better in terms of performance levels on the Monday, but yesterday we looked at him at his opening match of the day and thought he looks pretty sharp. And
92.
he averaged 87, but went down 4-3 to Kist, and he never really recovered from that defeat.
Sometimes you have to dig really
56.
deep to find out what's going on. But I want to have a comparison between these two players, which almost makes your head spin.
100.
I actually came in this morning and started doing some number crunching, and I completely forgot that Peter Hudson had won 8 points yesterday. He went completely under the radar for the day.
He did.
So if you look at
96.
8
Peter
points, you
Bar
think, well, surely he played
110.
well. He averaged 81 for the day.
Yep.
81.
And none of those wins were particularly emphatic.
Correct. And then you look at Dracht, who averaged more than 5 points more than him,
75.
and he got nothing. No points.
BFH. Oh, we must also mention a massive happy birthday
60.
to Chris
Peter
Dobie.
Bar 35.
33 years old today. My goodness, that makes me feel old.
Have a great day, canny lad.
How did that happen? How is he 33?
I don't know. I still look at him and I think he's 26. 99. He's finding himself in some very odd situations, is Peter.
No score.
Well, how has he bust 35? I mean, missing big numbers over the last couple of days, it's plagued him.
I think that was a
60.
bust on purpose, Nico,
Peter
which
Bar 35.
I've put, well, he's back. And he's done it again. Well, that's,
Well, what do we say all the time? You left it.
yeah, exactly.
You've left it twice.
It's a bit like when you play pairs and they leave you on double one and you don't get it. I always say, well, you left it, mate. You hit
no
it.
score.
He's busted
Bar
again.
150.
Doesn't learn.
I'll be really interested to see what he does here. Maybe go for an 11 for double 12 or
why
something.
isn't he going closer to the 19? Because that leaves double 8 anyway. Should be going for the wire in between the 3 and the 19.
Tell you what, he almost left double 13 there. Double 8, got to hit it. And he does hit it.
First leg,
So a
Peter
big
Hudson.
Andrew Gilding thumbs up there for what was a 24-dart leg and one of the strangest legs you will ever see
Second
at the
leg,
MODUS Super
Martin to
Series.
Throfers. Game on.
Dobie, of course, made his debut in the Premier League this year, and the mighty Toon will be back in the Champions League.
85.
Nico, we're gonna have to find a game to go to away.
I've got to have that music playing right now.
Yeah.
With the flag waving in the middle of the pitch.
I fancy
96.
an away trip with the Toon Army. It's on my bucket list. I have to say, a couple of years ago, I was more thinking about an away day in a league
60.
game. Certainly not the Premier League, the Champions League.
It's going to be an interesting football season next year because Newcastle could be away at something like the Allianz Arena in Munich and then
84.
away to Kenilworth Road in Luton.
Yeah, that's
What a story.
yeah.
Now here's another story about Peter Hudson from Tuesday and Monday.
57.
He's had 5 darts at double already in this match, and his total of darts at double this week is already 114.
Wow.
I've done statistics for Wednesdays
100.
many times. I have never seen anybody have over 100 darts at double in the first 2 days.
No,
57.
but he is the player who's the most prolific in terms of the big scores. He's at 18 180s. His nearest rival is
140.
Blommer, who tops the table by 2 points, and he's at 11.
There are so many grey patches when it comes to darts analysis.
100.
We try and pick it
Peter
apart for
O'Hara,
you,
81.
but sometimes it doesn't even make sense to us. That's a lovely shot from Peter. Seems to be warming up on the approach shots.
Peter Hudson.
And that thumbs up is starting to become a thing.
Well, we had it maybe a month or so ago
Third
now
leg
with
Peter
a
to
group
Throfers.
with James Richardson, and they were every time they hit 180, it was a bit of a tribute to Andrew Gilding after his incredible win
32.
at the UK Open.
Well, one thing that Peter's done a lot over the last couple of days is stick that tongue out. He's like that green character from Angry Birds. Doesn't make the same noises. But ultimately, Dracht has
100.
struggled at the start of this game.
What's
He's not
what's that creature that catches things with its tongue? Is it a lizard?
60.
a chameleon, I think.
I think you're right. That could be his new nickname.
I think the chameleon this week has definitely been Philip van Gassert because he's had 3 different coloured shirts on.
57.
I wonder if he's got as many as Daniel Closer or Peter Jakes. And apparently Peter Jakes has got 8 different coloured shirts. Why would you need 8?
60.
It's only 7 days a week. Although he may play twice on a Sunday.
You see. Well, as for Dracht, over the last couple of days, overall average over 85. Sometimes that's good enough to get yourself high up the table.
140.
But his doubling did suffer yesterday. Only 27% for Tuesday, and that was a reduction of about 5%.
96.
But even that's not a running average for the day of over 85 and 27% on the doubles. If you looked at them stats and said to me how many games
60.
did this guy win, I'd probably say 2, maybe 3 at a push.
And then we can't forget about the fact that he wired double 12 for a 9-darter, which came out of nowhere.
100. Martin,
And it
you're
was right on
144.
the double 12. He needs to get a chalk on the board here.
Lovely darts.
108. Peter O'Hara,
If you're not going to take the finish, you
153.
can't do any more than that.
$93.
That's a nice approach from Peter
Martin,
as
you
well.
require 36.
Let's see how proficient he is on the doubles, because this is his first attempt at a double in this match.
Game
That's
shot
not bad.
leg,
Keep it at that
marathon
rate and you'll be fine.
I was just about to say, well, doubling's fine, Nico. It's 50%.
Fourth
More
leg,
importantly for
marathon
him, it's the
Game on.
break back.
And Martin's got an interesting trim on the bottom of his shirt. Have you ever noticed it?
140.
It almost looks like the same colours you would associate with the Caribbean. When I think about relaxed states of dart
60.
players and that kind of music, I think of Jeffrey Desvan. There aren't many cooler kids on the circuit than Jeffrey.
Yeah, he's very laid back.
100.
You think there are enough reggae walk-on songs?
No. Not enough reggae in darts, full stop. There's not enough reggae in life.
98.
I think that's the only one I can think of as far as walk-on songs are concerned. We've got a little bit of Scar from Martin Loopman.
Yep.
140.
And Martin Dracht, sorry. He's got his initials on his darts, MD. He's got to be the doctor to try
81.
and fix
That's
his
on your
problems over the next few days, that's
121.
for sure.
Maybe. They're starting here.
97.
I might go to Jamaica, actually, talking about that. Might have a week there towards the end of the year.
They might even have some darts there soon with the new
56.
Latin America circuit.
24.
There's another excuse for you to go to Jamaica. I've already got my eyes on Chile.
It'll go down as a business trip.
Just coincide it with the tournament, you'll be
Game shot
fine.
fourth
2-2
leg,
it is.
marathon direct.
And it is 1-1 in the head-to-head between these two this week.
Fifth leg, Peter to throw first.
Yeah, darts
Game
has
on.
just grown exponentially over the last few years. New opportunities like the MODUS Super Series. And we will be keeping a very vast eye
140.
on what happens in certain periphery circuits, because we want to bring you the best players here, not just from the UK and Ireland. We want to get the best players from the likes of Belgium, the
140.
Netherlands, Germany.
Poland.
We are looking further afield now.
Well, as the ADC Europe
125.
expansion will happen over the coming weeks and months, it'll be very interesting to see what that turns up. Certainly we're going to find players that
140.
we have no knowledge about.
And that's good. I mean, we have some really extensive databases to look into people's histories. But when you see a player come
30.
through with little information or even no information, to see someone for the first time is a privilege.
Very much like a Blommer.
Oh, that's much better. Martin Dracht,
180.
over the last few days, has hit now 10 180s. He's now in double figures, but he has turned this one around. Hudson had this by the neck, but now Dracht is looking to neck 3 legs in a row.
Yeah, potentially with an 11 darter.
Well, the idea was
33.
right, but he's just
Marathon
caught in two
Euro
minds a bit too
14.
often, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he's not assertive enough. I always like to make my mind up before I'm even going to throw.
Double 16 for Dracht. And he's now in
Game shot
front.
fifth leg, marathon
That is a
direct.
great leg of darts from Martin. 12 darter. And he could find himself winning his first
Fifth leg,
game.
marathon to throw first. Game on.
Just trying to figure out when he last won one. It was actually game 3 of Monday. That's a long, long time between drinks.
Well, he
60.
was averaging in the 70s after the opening 2 legs of this match. In the last 3 legs, he's been averaging over a ton.
60.
He used just 44 darts to turn a 2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead.
And let's face it, we know that Hudson has got very, very slim chances
190.
of making the top spot here today. But if he loses one more leg, that's that.
Oh, that's, yeah.
It's a 2-horse race, and Peter Hudson's job is to hold on to number 3 spot.
96.
And if he does lose here, that will make that number 3 spot. Quite interesting because the gap would be only
100.
4 points then.
And we have seen on many occasions, eloquently put by yourself, Chris, that when you start poorly with a bad result, it can infect the rest of the day.
Yep.
60. Maritime, you require 161.
161. And he's got multiple visits in the bank.
And that's where I'd just like to see a slightly less aggressive
85.
approach, because that's what calls that 5. You know, my mindset would be, I'll just take a ton here. And more often than not, you'll just drop that first dart in the treble 20.
Well, with your opponent on 285, I'd take 65,
57.
then I'd take a 56 approach
Maritime,
and
you
have 3
require
darts at top.
76.
Just plot your way to the win. You don't have to be too aggressive. It's not about averages. He is on tops, and it is for the win.
36.
Well thrown dart.
Yeah. He had to negotiate that potential blocker dart. And basically what Hudson's saying is, oh, there you are.
100.
And all but a bounce out would have been a max.
Yeah, 3rd dart called in
Maritime, you
sick.
require 40.
It almost, that 3rd dart, had the same facial expression as Peter has had the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Nah. Just like that. I don't want to go in. This one does. All of a sudden, Hudson is on a finish. And double 10 has plagued him most of the week. And it has
30.
another chapter in what's
Peter,
been a
you
very
require
up and down
108.
couple of days.
I mean, we often criticise players for not being aggressive enough in certain situations, but for me, that first dart at tops for Drac should have been top wire.
Good recovery.
90.
And we
That
may
would have
not be
been-
going the distance.
That would have been typical
Maritime, you
Hudson.
require 10.
4 missed match darts by Dract. And he's looking at a very awkward double 5. This is where top wire is very good. Not meant to be. Double 2.
8.
And he does not get over the line. Oh, Peter Hudson's on
Peter,
double
you
9
require
again.
18.
He's had enough practice. This should fly in.
Got to give it a go.
No, 3-3. Hudson has been deadly, hasn't he?
He's had some really key shots at double to save matches and to win matches
No
this week,
score.
but not on this occasion.
Maritime, you
Give it the full
require
Mozart there,
2.
trying to play the piano. Madhouse. Match darts are coming and going,
No
and that's now 8 gone
Peter, you
maybe that's a
require
sign.
18.
of not getting over the line over the last day and a half.
Game
And
shot on
Peter
six
Hudson
leg.
finds
Peter
the corner
Hudson.
of double 9 to take us the distance.
Well, just yesterday at 3-3, he defeated
7th and final
Kissed.
leg, Peter, to throw
4-3. He
first.
took
Game on.
130 out against Hasse, didn't he? At 3-3 to win that one 4-3.
121.
He did Kevin Painter with a 117 at 3-3.
You have been forewarned, Martine, and he started
100.
with a 1-2-1. Strange game. He was 2-0 up. Definitely should have been
58.
beaten 4-2. And now if he walks away 4-3, Dract is going to need a counsellor.
Yeah, well, Dract got the better of him 4-3 on Monday. Peter got the better of him
100.
4-3 yesterday.
So we should have seen this coming.
Absolutely. And yesterday, Martine was far the better player, averaged nearly 89
81.
to Pete's 81. And at the moment, Dract is 6 points higher in terms of average, and he's fighting back.
120.
Not the worst result, but that last dart, even by getting the 20s on a finish,
It didn't look the nicest lie to me either. I'd have probably opted for 17s.
47.
Do you think people use the 17s enough?
No, nowhere near. Nowhere near. I'm still baffled by players that go 20-20 and then for a treble 19 in the opening visit of a match.
That's an aggressive last start. It has paid off this time.
Smashed it in, didn't he?
He doesn't want to be one of those players where commentators like us have said he's had double-digit match darts. He's had 8.
60.
He'd like to get rid of this,
so
there's no more anxiety in this one.
Well, he missed the 9 yesterday. Will he win it in 9? And he
And
does.
a match,
Martin Dracht with a wonderful break of throw 13 darter in the decider. Gets the better of Peter Hudson on this occasion and closes the gap between himself and Hudson to just 4 points. There, the average is 75-23, and despite 12 darts missed at a double, Martin Dracht averages very nearly 85. When we come back, Blommer against Painter.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And Martin Dracht had to wait to get that victory, but he beat Peter Hudson in the end by 4 legs to 3, missing 8 match darts to get over the line 4-2, and then in the final leg, getting a 13 darter to get over the line. So that is the end of the first round of fixtures for the day. Next up, we're going to see Kevin Blommer in action, the Battle of the Kevins. He's going to take on Kevin Painter in the first game of the second round of fixtures. We can have a look at how Kevin's got on this week. These are the stats following the completion of yesterday's session here at the Live Lounge in Ports. A running average of 89.21 and a checkout ratio of 37.5%. Really impressive stuff, and you can see why he's put himself in a marvellous position in terms of qualification through to Saturday night's finals. And at the end of round 11 of fixtures, he has a 2-point lead over Christian Kiss. He takes on Kevin Painter, who lost out to Christian Kiss in that opening game. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris and Paul.
The battle of the Kevins, and Painter, just like his first game of the day when he was taking on Christian Kist, is looking for his first win against one of the top two, because the top two today are going to be either this guy and Christian Kist, because it is a two-horse race now after that defeat for Peter Hudson at the hands of Martijn Dracht. It's just about pride and finding that little recipe that can work over the next couple of days for Painter. But for Blommer, he is looking to do exactly what he did in game one of the day, trying to re-establish that 4-point cushion.
Well, you've already mentioned the way that Kevin presents himself and how immaculate he always is. So this is Milky versus Silky.
Game on.
Didn't see that coming, and that is brilliant.
My one for the day, Nico. You know, it's about as good as it gets.
You know what? There's a movie that I love called Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? It's starring George Clooney and John Turturro. And there's the character played by George Clooney in that movie. He says a lot about his hair pomade. Not pomade. I don't know how it's called. But it's like hair wax. And he says, I'm a Dapper Dan man. And Kevin strikes me as a Dapper Dan man. When he wakes up in the morning, the first thing he does is he makes himself look absolutely immaculate.
Well, there's a lot to be said for that in terms of how it makes you feel. And Kevin now, gone back to standard flights. Well, there you go, KP. You've solved the riddle.
Starting to sound like that guy from Catchphrase. Will the middle solve the riddle? He's got to get to the middle first. But standard flights, they do give you a little bit of extra stability.
Well, they're more forgiving, aren't they? I always say that the slower the dart goes through the air, the more control you have over it. And what I mean by that is, at the release point, if there's an error, it won't be as exaggerated as much with a bigger flight. With a dart that's got a small flight and it goes through the air quicker, by the time it reaches the board, it'll be more exaggerated.
It's going in at such a lovely angle as well.
This is perfect.
100. Kevin, you're required.
Listen to your Uncle Nico and Cousin Mace here, Mr. Painter. I don't know why I'm his uncle. I'm younger than him. Double top. And no matter what Kevin tries, it looks like Blommer's got the answer.
Yeah, that will hurt. But he's got I know, it's easier said than done when you've had
Game on.
2 and a bit days of misery, but he's got to take the pluses. That was a tidy leg. He left a double after 12, but because it was Blommer with the darts, Blommer had first dibs at the 97 and got it.
Even though Blommer's got the jump here, I already like what I see with Painter's darts going in the board.
Yeah.
The proximity to the 60's better. The reaction of the darts against each other is better.
And their angle of entry, for me, is KP.
Kind of perfect.
Oh, 1-1.
58.
There you go. Straight, lovely neutral angle where you can sneak them underneath.
Yep, you can go over the top.
He's always thrown them very hard, hasn't he, Kevin? I'm surprised he hasn't had more shoulder injuries over the years. Slightly more upright for Blommer, using those moulded type flights. I just wonder where Kevin got these flights from. We haven't seen them all week.
Nope, I've never seen them before.
81.
I like them. They've got
Kevin, you require one.
Nice design on them in terms of matte and then a gloss design.
Bit like his shoes.
Yeah. Well, they match the shoes, so that's very apt for KP.
60. Kevin, you require
129 is a particularly
129.
tricky finish where you have to start south. And 2 double 18s is a possibility. But he
Went for the
decided the double-double was not the play.
89.
48 for
Kevin, you require
24.
107.
As it is, he's giving Blommer a chance. Well, it was 97 in leg 1 for a 15. Oh, we can still do it if he'd have found the 54 and the ball.
75.
So, well, during the scoring
Kevin,
phase,
you
Kevin's been
require
okay with
40.
this new setup. But the double-in's still a bit of a disaster.
35.
And that was technique rather
Kevin, you
than
require
setup.
32.
Yeah, missed by an inch. Can't be ignored. Double 16. On Monday, Blommer beat Painter to 0. That's something that has happened way too often to Painter this week. Now, how does he hit this? Top half?
Step ladder.
Fishing rod?
Game
Wow.
on the second leg, Kevin Blummer.
That was so pure. He had maybe a third of the bed to aim at. Is there anything that Blommer can't do this week?
Well, he would have picked that.
Third leg, Kevin
That's
Blummer
the
to
part of the double.
Rovers.
Well, that was the only part of the double he could
Game on.
see, and that was the part of the double he sighted. And that shows great hand-eye coordination.
Kevin Painter has had a really bad time of it
100.
against the top two. He is 10-2 down to Blommer so far, and he lost 12-0 to Kist. That's one of the reasons
59.
why his leg difference is down at minus 15. But if you consider the fact that Kist will play in game
80.
6 against Hudson, there will be a little break between what happens here and the next chapter of what happens at the top of the table.
39.
But the larger the margin of victory potentially for Blommer against Painter, the worse it is for Kist.
Well, yeah, because Blommer can put himself in a situation where if the
59.
leg difference is greater than 4, it's almost like having another couple of points in hand, isn't
Absolutely, yeah. And just imagine if Kist was to lose to Hudson, just how much that would help Blommer. It would give him a bit of a freebie later on.
And I wouldn't be amazed.
140.
Well, in terms of scoring, this setup, we've seen the Alamo stems before, but we've just not seen the bigger flight.
180.
Just what Mr. Painter did not want to hear from our referee today, Danny McNamara. You ever thought that Danny sounds like a young George Noble?
43. Kevin, you require 82.
Might have to start calling him the puppy.
Maybe an Irish version, yeah.
Ooh, 2 25s and a double 16.
50.
That was a bit frisky.
I don't think anyone compares to George Noble.
Do you know what I think George's best quality, apart from being a faultless referee? His ability to look after
100.
players' welfare and
Kevin, you're
crowd
required
control. I think
32.
nobody does it better than him.
He has that
Games on the
authority
third
and
leg, Kevin
respect
Blummer.
on stage. And as a player, and I'm sure you'll echo my sentiments, you love having a
Fourth leg,
referee
Kevin
that,
Painter to
one that,
Rovers.
unless
Game
there's
on.
a problem, you don't know he's there, but one you know that if there's an issue, it's taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to say one more thing on that
84.
subject, I was at the Grand Prix once, and we were talking about the game, and I played so well. And someone asked me, who was refereeing that match, by the way? And I said, do you know, I haven't got a clue.
45.
And that is the best compliment you can give any referee if you do not know they're there. Because they're doing their job. They're just there for the production. And unless you ask them something or they have to get
100.
involved, then they're like perfect stat use, just calling up perfect scores.
It's very much the line that's taken in terms of boxing. If you don't know the referee's there, he's doing a great
123.
job.
Lawrence Okoli knew the referee was there on Saturday night. Spoke more with the referee than he did with his own corner.
95.
Kevin looks a bit bereft in this one.
Well, look at that. All the threes and all the twos. Unfortunately for Painter, he doesn't have a 2 in the leg column.
I tell you what, if it was 1-1-1
57.
and 2-2-2, it would have been like that garage track. All the ones and twos.
Yeah.
Do you really like it? Is it wicked? And I've already said that today. It's a very garage day here on Wednesday.
105.
Well, the 1s and 2s are shiny for Kevin Painter.
All that glitters is red.
190.
And just when Painter thinks I'm having a slightly easier leg,
117.
back comes Blommer with a maximum, his third of the contest.
And the timing of all of them have been painful for Kevin. Okay.
Well, I would have been fascinated to see what he did
17 ball.
had he got the bullseye. Is he going to go full
81.
exhibition mode today and do something
96.
that just makes it a bit more fun? This is a match-winning chance at double 18 for Blommer. And he does win the game on that double 18 and beats Kevin Painter for the second time by 4 legs to 0 this week. In fact, Kevin has played 2 games today, Painter that is, and he's lost them both 4-0. But there were encouraging signs in that one. He averaged over 90. His darts were in a better proximity to the scoring segments. So I think, and Mace thinks, that he should persevere with that setup. But Blommer, brilliant, and at the top of the table by 4 points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and to be in keeping with the commentary box theme of the day, Kevin Blommer is really liking it today. It's pretty wicked. He's loving it, loving it, loving it at the top of the table as he gets the better of Kevin Painter by 4-0, and he finds himself 4 points clear again at the top of the table. Right, next up for us, it is Martijn Dracht in action. He takes on Philip van Hasse. This is our 5th game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and watching this one in the commentary box, Chris and Paul.
Henry, and what an opportunity now this is for Martijn Dracht to close the gap between himself and Hudson to just 2 points. Well, we've had confirmation of previous records, Nico, haven't we, in terms of points won and leg difference, because Kevin Blommer is closing in on that record.
Yes, he is. A lot of you might have been watching when the imperious Barry Van Peer was here a few weeks ago in Series 3 of Week 8, and he got 26 points in Group A in winning that group. But his plus 34 leg difference broke the record of Raymond Smith, which was set a little bit earlier on in our campaign in Portsmouth.
Yeah,
but now we're
Smith,
back on the record watch.
Smith broke the record of Gilliland, didn't he?
He did. When Chris Gilliland went to plus 31 for a Group A, I thought, it's going to take some effort to get better than that. And funnily enough, it could be done 3 times in 6 months.
96.
Yeah, right now, Blommer is sat on 22 points and plus 28 with a possible, in terms of leg difference, 12 available with 3 matches to go. Now, I don't think he'll win all of them 4-0, but if he did, he'd go on to plus 40
96.
and 28 points.
Well, this one takes on a slightly different dynamic.
81.
Philip is just playing for points. He wants to get more than 2. If he can have a bit of improvement from Tuesday and maybe pick up 4 points today, he'll see that as a good day going into Thursday's Group C action. But when it comes to Dracht, this round of matches is key, because if he beats Philip for the second time this week and Hudson was to lose to Kist, that means there's a 2-point gap going into round 3, and all of a sudden there's a huge melee for that 3rd spot. Dracht, don't count him out of Group B yet.
If you are joining us for the first time,
64.
Group A, 6 players
40.
over the course of 3 days, with each player playing 15 matches. They all play each other 3 times. 2 points for a win. Wow, what a dart. With the winner of Group A progressing straight through to Saturday night's final.
Second leg, Philip.
Positions 2 and 3 go into Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night, starting at 10 p.m. on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff. Now, the advantage of qualifying for Group B is 3 from 5 go through. It's only a 5-player field on a Thursday and Friday night. So you've got 60% chance of qualifying.
59.
Positions 4, 5 and 6 out of this group go into Group C, which is a field of 6, which starts at 1 o'clock Thursday and Friday afternoon on our YouTube channel and then on Sporty Stuff. And only the top 2, Nico, come from that. And we've had a look at Group C, and it's tough. Well, they're both tough.
It's very tough because you've got local player Adam Lipscomb, who is very, very good. You've got Ryan Finesse, who has won on a Saturday night with us in past times. He was involved in the first 9-dart shootout here under this roof, and he won it. And Colin Osborne, who has won a Super Series week before, in fact, he's the only person to have done so in our competitive list this week. So Group C is not something you want to find yourself in. Not that I'm saying the Group B is easier, because you do have the likes of Scott Baker, the mod. You've got Willie Borland. And you've got a certain Indian World Cup player in Prakash Jiwa.
Yeah, Group B is no cakewalk, that's for sure.
58.
You throw in the
Philip, you're
potential of
130.
Kiston Hudson into that group, and that's a very tasty Group B. Or maybe Kiston Dracht.
58.
Over the last couple of days, we have noticed that
58. Philip, you're
Martin's
172.
performance has dipped as the day has gone on, but not usually around game 2. This is where he plays some of his better darts.
52.
He could use a ton plus
Marathon, you're
checkout here.
130.
It seems like a long time ago since he hit that 164 on Monday.
Yeah. We've not had a ton plus out
58.
so far today. We had
Philip, you're
an array of them on Monday, of course. That was one of the key dynamics to the day.
Marathon, you require 72.
So what you're saying, Chris, is that everybody who's got their ton plus checkout bingo cards out, they're hovering over their cards with their highlighters. They haven't had anything yet, and you're not going to get anything in this leg.
Philip, you
We had
require 4.
10 ton plus outs on Monday.
Double one.
Game
Philip does get his
leg,
first leg of this
Philip Van
contest.
Hasse.
It's a 24 dart leg. Not the best, but it is
Third
an
leg,
equalising
Martin,
leg.
you throw first.
Just
Game
to
on.
make Martin think. There was a big bounce in his step after that first leg, but it seems like he's been muted since.
180.
Turn the volume up.
He's just only going to play well on throw.
41.
I was told as a youngster that that's what you have to do. Just get one break of throw and hold your legs and you'll be fine.
That's certainly what James Wade has
40.
made a career of doing.
Just as a little sidebar, where do you see his career going in 2023? Because he's on the
60.
cusp of losing his place in the top 16 for the first time in what feels like 20 years.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a sticky situation, and it's going to be it's where the game is right now, or where the sport is in a whole. It's hard to sort of reinvent yourself at this stage
60.
and
Marathon, you require
find
160.
another level. But I think the game is moving on at such a pace.
83.
Just to give you some sort of indication, you automatically think that James Wade's going to be at the World Match Play, but if he loses his place in the top 16, he's in the bottom 5
100.
of the qualifying
Marathon, you
list.
require 77.
So he might not be at the World Match Play.
Yeah, and since his initial
Game
qualification,
Jonathan
he's been
Marathon Dracht.
an ever present, hasn't he?
He has. Now, Dracht has just taken himself a
Fourth leg,
14
Philip,
darter, and
to
you might be
throw
right, Mace.
first.
He might be saving his best stuff for
Game
when
on.
he throws first. As for Van Hasse, over the last couple of days,
100.
he's shown great temperament. I always try to look at what they've done well as opposed to what they haven't done well. And I think his temperament has been first class.
85.
Even when he won his first game yesterday, he didn't celebrate it in any sort of way. He just said, right, I've got it. Let's move on to the next one. And he plays a really nice, classy brand of darts.
140.
Yeah. With regards to James Wade, of course, he's had a wonderful career. One of the most successful outside of your big two in terms of the
45.
big three, I suppose.
One of the best players never to have won a world title and to have never been world number 1 as well.
And then he's 40, which in
100.
darting terms isn't old, but he has been around a lot longer than most 40-year-olds would have been in terms of sport. And I always make reference to that
57.
wonderful
Philip
Marvin
Revoir,
Hagler quote, where it's
161.
tough to get out of bed to do roadwork at 5 a.m. when you've been sleeping in silk pajamas. You know, and listen, he's done very well for
97.
himself, James, and he's got a young family, a wife, and I think, you know, sometimes your priorities slightly
58.
change.
Philip Revoir, 64.
Still a pretty decent mechanic as well.
Yeah.
Double 8. And that is
Game number
wonderful.
four
You could
leg,
stick a
Philip
spirit level on
Van
those
Hasse.
darts and it would be level. Wonderfully done.
Ironically, James has a Tesla, which was quite disappointing. He
Fifth
does
leg
have
Maritime
an
to
array of
Rovers.
old
Game on.
school supercars, of course. But
He's
yeah,
got a Tesla.
yeah, he drives a beautiful Tesla, and it's some machine, I can assure you. It's the
100.
it's the quick one. Yeah, and I was like, when I seen it, I was like, what are you doing in that? He went, oh, don't worry about that, mate. He said, this is pretty much quicker than
60.
anything I've ever owned.
It does remind me of one of my favourite James Wade stories, actually, because we were at a dinner in Nottingham for a very well-known darts brand,
180.
and he was there in a Bentley.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to him, "Nice car, James." He said, "Yeah, it's fine.
47.
I'm thinking I'm going to get something a bit more economical. This one is a bit of a fuel drainer." So I saw him 3 weeks later, and he was driving an M3. And I said, "That's supposed to be more economical, is it?"
Well, I had the 911 at this particular time when I seen him in the Tesla, and he said this thing would eat that alive.
55. Marathon
And I was
Uruguay,
like,
86.
Oh my God, it is frightening.
Well, Martine's playing like a Tesla right now on throw. It's amazing what he's doing when he throws first.
54.
I'm surprised he doesn't get an 11 or 12 darter there.
Well, that would have been 15, 14, 11 on throw.
$100.
No matter what Philip did there, he was always staring down the barrel of defeat here in leg 5. And that's exactly what happens. A lovely pure shot there from Martine. Let's have a little look at that breakdown once again. 15 he started with.
Yeah, so he's averaging, I
Rovers.
don't know, 107, 108, 15,
Emo.
14, 13 on throw.
Yeah, 107.36, so it's even 14s. That's 42 darts for 3 legs. Very hard to beat. Forcing
100.
Van Hasse to have that 4-visit leg, which is something we haven't seen a great deal this week.
So on the Philip throw, he's averaging
58.
about 70.
Yeah, overall average in this game, 87.96. There you can see the two 180s as well.
85.
And it really does illustrate how different he's been when throwing second.
Oh, it's night and day. Like I say,
140.
107 on throw, 71-ish against.
And it would not surprise me at all
41.
if Van Hasse was to somehow win this game, because it's what happened to Dracht yesterday. He had spots where he was playing really well.
88.
Like we mentioned, he missed double 12 for a 9-darter. That was just a little bit of proof. He was the first person to lose to Philip. Ultimately, Philip had his best game.
65.
Dracht did have moments in that match, but he was not annihilated in any game yesterday, Martine. But he was beaten in every game.
97.
Got to get down to a manageable finish.
60.
And can't quite get there.
Marathon
3
Uruguay,
very well thrown darts,
118.
but can only leave 150. Dracht is on a match dart at double 19
80.
and wanted to get it done as soon as possible.
150.
Well, that would have been winning legs of 15, 14, 13, and 15.
I wonder what he's going to do
80.
now.
Does he?
Marathon Uruguay,
Does he split?
38.
He does. A nice little body reset as well, just before he goes for the 32 bet as well. I like that a lot.
Game
And it is a
shot.
win for Martine
And the
Dracht.
match,
So
Martine Dracht.
he goes to 10 points in the table and is only 2 points behind Peter Hudson now. This race for the 3rd spot is heating up very, very quickly. And that 88 average with 36% on the doubles, it doesn't tell you the full story of how he played, but it's very much an improvement from Tuesday. When we come back, it will be Peter Hudson trying to fend off Dracht, but he's got Christian Kist in his way.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Martijn Dracht got the better of Philip van Hasse by 4-2, doing so with an 88 average there in the end. Right, next up for us, it is Christian Kist in action against Peter Hudson. This game has got huge consequences in both races, the race for the title and the race for the top three. Watching this one, Chris and Paul.
Yes, we do look at the top of the table for this one because Christian Kist is 4 points behind Kevin Blommer, and he needs to keep pace. If he doesn't, it will mean that Peter Hudson may be in a very cushy position for the third spot. We will talk about all of the different permutations as the game progresses, but when it comes to the dynamic of Group A and who wins it, first and foremost, Kist must get back within 2 points of Kevin Blommer in this game, otherwise the end of Group A is imminent, that's for sure. Peter Hudson lost his first game by 4-3, and since then, Martijn Dracht has won another game. So he does have someone on his tail when it comes to the top half.
Well, as I said right at the top, the opening fixtures all have something on them, don't they? For differing reasons.
There are certain campaigns in Group A that
First leg, Christian to throw
it's done by now. We have to
Amen.
look at the subplots of second and third position. There was a danger that this could have been
100.
already done. We know who's going to Group A, #1 spot. We know who's going to be in second and third. And the bottom three would all be solidified.
60.
Things have taken a bit of a turn here this morning, and it's good.
Yeah, well, we picked up on it as early as yesterday morning that we might see
140.
this Group A almost split into two mini groups. That was the danger, but it's now
58.
a group that is split into three, really. The bottom two, we know, Painter and Hasse are into Group C. And then we have
91.
another little mini group between Hudson and Dracht, and then another little mini group between Blommer and Kist.
We can talk about so many different possibilities, but I think the way that the
99.
draw has actually
Original
fallen
170.
for certain players has been interesting today.
And advantageous.
Yes,
Especially for Blommer.
absolutely. He
60.
plays next against Martijn Dracht. So it's the exact opposite fixture of what we've got here.
Yep.
It's a bit like saying Arsenal versus Manchester United and Man City versus Newcastle to see who's going to win the title and who's going to be top four.
Yep. That's exactly what we've got.
140.
An identical scenario.
Christian, you are 110.
Right now, Christian Kist is Man City trying to chase down Arsenal. He's got to be perfect from here. And that's pretty
Each on the
perfect
first
for a
leg,
15-dot
Christian
start.
Kist.
If he wins every game from here, it does
Second leg,
mean
Peter to throw
that
first.
Blommer's going to have to
Amen.
win the other games where he doesn't play Christian Kist.
Yep. Because at the moment, Blommer on 22 points does have a game in hand, which is being
41.
played here. This is the end of the second cycle of matches. And we're still none the wiser.
96.
It's a 1-1 scoreline between these two over the last couple of days. But Hudson today has looked a little lost at times. He was 2-0 up against Dracht. Ultimately lost by
46.
4-3.
I think he's got to be more assertive, Nico.
I think he's got to be more positive. There's
Yeah.
a lot of negativity permeating the air around him. He looks almost resigned to the fact that he's going to be unhappy with the
140.
result.
And as we keep saying, and especially someone with the experience of Kist, he will feed off that negativity. That will become a positivity for him.
And he's going to give you nothing.
Oh, not even a whisper. I don't mean the chocolate bar.
25.
I don't even think he can whisper in English. I think sometimes speaking English as a second language can have its major benefits. But then
57.
again, not speaking it can be a huge advantage.
Well, especially if you were in a group in there with a few more boisterous types. The fact that you have the ability to not have a clue about the banter and
57.
the nonsense that does go on, which is all fun and games, of course. But you imagine being in there with Monkey, Jenks,
140.
and a few others I could mention. The fact that you don't understand what they're saying is a positive.
26.
This really is a superb start from
First
Christian.
Euro 68.
And we're talking about a player who's had a lot of ups and downs over the last 10 years. Double 12.
40.
And again, for me, he's that type of player. We spoke about a player that we've not seen so far in the Super Series, off air in Wesley Plays You.
140.
And his game is sort of plateaued a little.
24.
But like Kist, he would benefit from knowing
Game
that he's
shot
coming
like
into a
Christian
week
Kist.
here where he's going to get at least 23 matches.
Third leg Christian to throw first.
There's not a negative spin you can put on it, because it provides you the opportunity to go through that rebuilding process and
97.
the ability to maybe make some changes you can't afford to make on the fly in such big matches where you're playing knockout darts.
You said it earlier in the week about Bradley Roos, because he said that he learnt so much about himself last week. This opportunity to learn about where your game is at and what you have to do to
58.
progress, it's here. It's
Yeah.
right there.
And what did he get? Something like 28 matches or something. 27 matches on a stage under the lights. Well, if he was away from here,
45.
how many years would he have to play to get that experience?
Well, how many years did it take you to get 27 years? Sorry, 27 matches under the lights.
Probably a decade.
44.
So hat is tipped to the MODUS Super Series for
We-
giving this kind of experience to these players.
Well, if you work on the basis initially, we only had sort of 2 a year. The Masters and
125.
and the embassy.
Well, that's why the split happened, isn't it?
Yep.
Seems like a long time ago. In fact, it was a long time ago. It was 30 years ago.
140.
All of a sudden, I feel very old.
40 years ago, Deller beat Bristow in the final. That
60.
just doesn't make sense. It feels...
I was 4. 174 for Kist is a regression in scoring standard after 12 darts.
59.
But he's not having to press his foot down on the pedal too much.
Just think, Nico, just 6 years to get ready for the seniors.
44.
I'm going to get that for the next 5 or 6 years. I can just tell.
Yeah. Every birthday I go, only another 5 years, only another 4 years, Nico.
That's going to be you putting that in on the personalised birthday card.
Yeah.
One more year closer to the seniors, pal.
Absolutely.
85.
Oh, that's a bad dart from Peter.
That's where Moonpig's worth its weight in gold.
30.
Stay straight for a shot for the leg. And it's at the bullseye. He's getting closer.
I'll be sunning myself in my tapas bar and restaurant in Spain, reminding you of that.
I'll have a table, please, for 1. Some patatas bravas and a nice glass of white, please.
On the house, sir.
59.
25, and it will be 1 for double 12 for Christian.
25.
3-0. This is so far perfect for lipstick and a bit of a nightmare for the Rock.
19. Peter Uruguay, 56.
That's a nice single. It's always a good sign when the single's in the middle.
I agree.
But why wait? Why stay out of rhythm? Maybe that's why.
On the third leg, Peter.
Don't listen to me. Just look at what he does.
Well, no, but you're right. And again, it comes down to just maybe a bit of confidence.
Fourth leg,
But
Peter
I think
to
sometimes you can
Rovers. Game
And
on.
we see it a lot with players. You can be try and be too perfect. Bradley Roos had that problem in Group A last week when he actually sort of switched off a little and just played his natural
85.
game. That's when we've seen the very best of him.
I'm sure if Matthew Edgar was sitting in your chair today, he would have made this reference already. But Christian Kiss does have a bit of a Stone Cold Steve
59.
Austin look about him. And he's playing against The Rock.
He's just about a foot smaller. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well done, Nico. Not bad. 2.5 days.
120.
But at least I know they are.
Well, look at it this way. Peter Hudson's not rock bottom of the table.
No, he certainly isn't. He's currently occupying a Group B qualification place.
58.
For now.
For now.
What could be really interesting, just thinking about it right now, is if Kist wins, if Dracht wins,
58.
then we've got something really interesting in two different facets.
Yeah, very much.
We've got a tied third and fourth, and it would be 2 points between the two at the top, with Kist having a game in hand.
It's a, let's say a rare 180, but the Kist, it's his first of the day, backed up by yet another for the Rock.
Kist could have used one there to leave double 12,
44.
but it's not in his hands.
Peter required 58.
Double top again, and doesn't pause this time.
Game
Didn't
shot
need
of the
to.
full
It's
leg, Peter
2-2.
Hudson.
Seems to be figuring out, does it? The man from Manchester.
14 darter.
Fifth leg
He
Christian.
mentioned
to
earlier in the week
throw
that
first.
the
Game
place
on.
he's from, Eccles, is famous for a cake. In fact, Manchester is famous for a tart, isn't it? Ever had a Manchester tart?
I have not.
140.
Bit early to go into that, Nico, but probably a few, son. But there you go. Of course.
140.
Stoke, where I lived for a while, they have their oat cakes, don't they? Which I wasn't particularly a fan of.
You didn't like them?
No.
85.
If you get the right cheese, they're quite nice, and the right chutney.
Is that a posh oat cake?
Yeah, they're not necessarily the right way to eat them, but I eat them slightly
82.
different.
Well, Andy Hamilton, actually, his father, God rest his soul, owned an oat cake shop. Did they call it a factory or a bakery? Not sure.
180.
Now, Christian is baking something rather buoyant right here, rising at the right time.
58. Christian,
But I am a fan of the
96.
Eccles cake.
There have been times when we've been sitting in this commentary box talking about desserts,
60.
and players have brought us brownies. Yes, Niall Cullerton, we do thank you for that. So if Peter Hudson brings in some Eccles cakes over the next couple of days, they won't be snarled upon, that's for sure.
Well, David Evans brought us ducks.
44. Christian, you require 36.
No one's going out for a duck in this game because they've both got 2 legs.
Game
That's
shot of the
3-2
flag,
kiss for the
Christian
14 darter.
hits. Six leg Peter to throw first. Game on.
Oh, another super leg. Winning legs. 15, 16 and 14. All kissed.
100.
Very, very consistent. Around that 100 mark for the winning legs. And it was made very adamantly aware to us by our producer that
100.
not only does Kevin Blommer have a chance to break this leg difference record for Group A, Christian could do it as well if he goes a bit crackers over the next couple of hours.
Yeah. Probably would have needed a
96.
4-0. But he can't afford to drop too many legs. Like I said, that gap at the moment, well, at best, will still remain
85.
2 if Kist can win it 4-2 here. 22 points, 28 leg difference for Blommer. Kist, 18 points currently,
58.
24 leg difference.
This really is starting to take the same sort of shape as Series 3, Week 8. Because when Barry Van Peer broke that
80.
record, he beat Jacob Taylor in that table by 4 points. But Taylor was fantastic.
Yeah, what a find he is. Real nice guy as well, Jacob.
45.
that
Managed
was-
to sit down with him on a few occasions and find out a little bit more about him.
Canadian people are just wonderful, aren't they?
100.
Such a lovely outlook on life.
Yeah, Jeff Smith being another one very similar. You well, Jeff?
Nobody eats more wings than Jeff. He has got such a great array of
100.
experience of where to get them in the world. If you want to know where to get wings in Kansas City,
136.
ask Jeff Smith. If you want to know where to get hot wings in Tokyo, ask Jeff Smith.
Well, he must have been pretty much everywhere in America with playing darts tournaments, and some of their names are incredible, aren't they?
82.
They're just so
You
creative.
require 102.
This is to save the match, but that snap of that dart is getting particularly violent, especially on dart 3. I just wonder if it's got a little bit of an ailment.
I think it's where
94.
he just starts to force.
Parisian, you require 54.
Christian looking to use the force.
Game,
And he takes
shot,
the points.
and the match,
So yet
Christian
again,
Diaz.
he's now 2 points behind Kevin Blommer, but has lost a little bit of ground in the leg difference. He's now 2 behind on an unbelievable plus 26. Yes, that's second position, but it's another good display from Christian Kist. He's been living at that range all week long. And Peter Hudson only got 2 darts at a double, but he did hit them both, and he's now firmly looking over his shoulder in the battle for third position. The exchange continues as we look at Blommer and Dracht. That's next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Chris Mason has joined me up here on the balcony for his assessment of the first 6 matches we've seen here at the Live Lounge Board. So these are results then from the session so far. We'll begin with that last game. Christian Kiss 4-2 winning against Peter Hudson, because that's a result that's got consequences at both ends of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sort of started match number 3, Dract getting that win over Hudson. Every match has had something on it for different reasons. Even when we look at the opening match with Blommer, he had an opportunity just to stretch that lead on Kist again. Then we were looking at Kist to respond. And the table now is divided into 3 different little parts, and it's that battle for top spot and the battle for position 3 in the table, which guarantees a spot in Group B, of course.
Well, we thought that the top of the table would be cat and mouse between the pair, and it's most certainly been the case.
Yeah, and that's why every game's been so important for that reason, and no more so than our next matchup, where Blom takes on Dract. Dract wins that one. He trades places with Hudson, gives a chance for Kiss to catch Blommer. Well,
that is the table there. And I suppose this time there's a little bit of a difference where Blommer was applying the pressure on Kiss. It's now gone the other way round because Kiss has won that last game. Now the pressure's been applied to Kevin. Yeah,
he knows he can't afford to lose. Maybe the only saving grace, as long as he doesn't get beat heavily, is he's got a little bit of advantage in leg difference. But he had an opportunity for that to change. But, of course, Kiss pulled out the win 4-2, which... prevented him from overtaking Blommer in that department. But, yeah, big games wherever we look.
Does it feel like it's becoming a collision course in that game 11 between the pair when you consider the way that both have played so far today?
I think so, and by virtue of it being so close in leg difference now, where that might not have been the case, that's what makes that match 11 massive, because they potentially, depending on the type of result, trade places.
Well, let's talk about that battle for first spot then, because it's been completely contrasting days for Peter Hudson and Martijn Dract. Dract, who struggled yesterday, lost all 5 games, but he's come back, and he's come back fresh. Yeah,
we were a little bit worried early on, but he's responded, and it's funny because yesterday Hudson sort of went under the radar. He didn't play particularly well, but somehow managed to pick up 4 wins, while Dract couldn't find a win from anywhere, and it's sort of flipped over today. So, yeah, it's made it interesting for us and the viewers. And
at this point, Peter Hudson is precarious looking over his shoulder, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially going into this game, if Dract can somehow find a way to win, yeah, he'll be in a spot of bother.
Well, this game has consequences at both ends of the table. It is Kevin Blommer in action up against Martijn Dract. Chris Mason is going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson for all the action.
We can't really get enough of this today, because no matter where we look, something is happening. You have to give a lot of credit to the Dutchman, Martijn Dract, for what he's done in getting himself off the canvas from Tuesday, where he was pointless, to picking up 2 wins already, and now on the cusp of the top 3, if he can find a win against Kevin Blommer. However, he has not beaten Kevin the last couple of days, but then again, not many people have. Having said that, if Blommer wants to have a little bit of a cushion in going into that game with Christian Kiss in game 11, winning this would give him that little bit of breathing space that might just get him over the line by the end of the day. Christian Kiss will be watching the monitors in the practice room right now, thinking, come on, Martijn, do me a favour.
Game on.
Your referee, Danny McNamara, and Chris Mason is alongside me once again.
Yeah, you can guarantee you'll be there watching the monitor going, come on, Blommer.
45.
We, of course, want Dract to win, because it will just spice things up.
Yeah, we can be remarkably neutral when it comes to these situations. It will be very nice for things to be really even between Blommer and Kist, and that of Hudson and Dract. And it's almost a shame
66.
that we've already had Martijn versus Peter, because if they were playing a little bit later on, we'd have 2 head-to-heads to really look forward to.
Yeah, it could be 2 straight shootouts for top of the table and position 3. Well, I mentioned about those wonderfully named tournaments in the USA, and I'm just looking down a list of them, and when we were discussing how Jeff Smith would know every decent place to get wings, but They've got one called Fire on the Mountain, End of the Road Classic,
140.
Jack Rabbit Jamboree. Honestly, they're just known for it in America. They're just so creative. And there's one I remember I very nearly went to, and I'm
81.
Please tell me it was the Choo Choo Classic.
Yes.
160.
yeah,
Chattanooga, Tennessee, one of the best
Chattanooga
ones.
Choo Choo Classic.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, my good pal and my brother from another Scott Williston, in that part of the world.
100.
Battle of the Stones River.
You know, I hear this from you, Mace, and we could talk about this for hours, you and I, over a certain beverage. But
140.
it's one thing that annoys me greatly with tournament names in Europe. They're all very samey. One thing we have with the MODUS Super
20.
Series is a definitive title.
Kevin,
We know exactly what they're playing for, but when it comes to the European Tour, it's my only gripe. The
Well,
fact that the titles just seem a bit meh.
and the trophies. Like for me, if you were hosting one of those events, you'd have to be a bit creative because there's got to be something within that region that's relative to the area,
Kevin Blummer.
and the trophies should be based on that. Like there were some people that didn't like the one Michael Smith won in Bahrain. Well, when you found out it was a solid gold palm tree, yeah, laugh away. I'm sure when these had that melted down into an ingot of gold or something like that, or why not keep it? It's a
96.
beautiful item.
Well, on that note, just for one more point, what about the John McAvoy Gold Dart Classic in Killarney, Ireland? They used to bring that trophy out from a safe
96.
once a year, present it to the player, then when the tournament was over, put it back in the safe because it was worth that much money.
Well, when I won the Irish Masters, it was sponsored by Waterford
60.
Crystal, and I won. Well, Trina Gulliver won the ladies' event, and we were presented with these Waterford crystal bowls, which I think I won 3,500 20 odd year ago. That was a lot of money. And the bowl was worth, this Waterford crystal bowl was worth well over €1,000 at the time.
140.
It just goes to show what kind of identity certain tournaments have got around the world. And in Australia, for instance, it's all about the place.
177.
I won the Wagga Wagga Classic once. I'm a big fan of that one. It's one of my favourite wins.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I just think I'd just like to see us being a bit more creative in the UK and in Europe.
You didn't even mention the Shoot for the Moon.
Yeah, there's a Shoot for the Moon as well.
95. Martin, your corner 105.
Well, 76 left for Blommer and 86 for Martijn for 2 darts, and he could take it. We haven't had many Ton Plus checkouts
73.
today. In fact, I think we've only had the one.
Kevin, your corner 76.
That could have been the second. Blommer looking to double his lead in his quest for 24 points at the end of this third match of the day.
There is one that's already happened. Well, no, it's about to happen in July, called the Alien Open. I wonder if it's
44.
near Area 51 or.
Martin,
It
your
has to
corner
be.
32.
Somebody called Paul's got to win that one.
Games on the second leg.
There we go.
Martin
It's
Dracht.
1-1. Martijn Dracht, not alien to a very good battle over the last
Third
couple
leg,
of
Kevin
days.
to throw first. Game on.
That really was a costly missed single from Kevin
120.
Blommer in the last leg on the 76. The other kind of mistakes that could lead to vital defeats, of which he's only had one this week.
Well, I'm not going to do any more, but I've just got to do this one last
59.
one, Nico. In October, 14th, 15th, if you fancy it, it's the Hedgehog Hellraiser.
Where is that?
Give me a sec.
46.
It's in Littleton, Colorado.
41.
There you go.
You can do anything you like in Colorado these days. That's a very liberal state. Hedgehog Hellraiser. Now, that is a great name for a tournament. If you know of another tournament around the world with a better name than
99.
Hedgehog Hellraiser, please get in touch with us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. We would love to know if you know of a better one.
Yeah, we do have. Well, Nico
100.
has his Twitter app open, so if you want to contact us direct into the commentary box with any comments or questions, please do. Try and keep them. Well, don't worry about keeping them sensible. Just keep them clean and respectful, if that's possible nowadays on social media.
Can't get to a finish here, Martine.
60. Kevin, you are 140.
In this game, he can get to third position. It's not about winning by a certain margin. He just needs the points. He already has a better leg difference than Peter Hudson.
41.
And that's a disaster. It's actually better for Blommer for that dart to fall out the board.
Yeah. If it didn't go in, he's on a 2-darter.
57.
The fact that it went in, he's now on a 3.
99.
This is another one of those that... Oh, well, his mind's been made up for him. Double 16. Wallop.
Game shot on the third leg, Kevin Blommer.
How authoritative was that? Even that treble 19 went in with a thwack.
Well, this is his B
Fourth leg,
game, isn't it?
Martin
And
to throw
the
first.
fact that his B game
on.
is sort of mid 80s, 87, 88.
But he's sticking in those mid-80 averages with
140.
phenomenal doubling.
Yeah, and regularity.
67% after 3 legs, and it's not the first time that we've seen this from him.
And that's why he's getting away with winning with those mid-80s averages,
100.
because he's so efficient on the outer ring. And that, of course, comes with pressure on the opponent, knowing that they can't afford to give him a chance, which not only affects you on a double, it
97.
affects you on your scoring, because you're trying so hard to get there before him.
We divert our attention to what happens if Kevin Blommer does get to 24 points in the table post this game, because it looks
134.
quite likely at this stage. But if Dracht does lose, he could use a favour from Painter in the next game to take Peter Hudson out
140.
and keep him on the 12 points that he currently has. The problem with that is that Painter has not won a leg today.
No, and he's a little despondent in the players' room, as you can well imagine.
83. Marathon Yohar 124.
And Peter Hudson's beaten Painter in 2 consecutive days. So make of that what you will.
Well, you wouldn't be having a bet, would you? Well, not on Painter.
Oh, that's a lovely
92.
dart, isn't it?
Creative.
Blommer's not going to leave himself on double 16, that's for sure. It is going to be a finish,
64.
but it's 3
Marathon
dart range,
Yohar
not 1 dart
32.
range. When he gets hot today, Dracht is very hot. He's had spells already
shot on the
today where he's
fourth
averaging
leg,
around that
Marathon
100 to
Dracht.
105 mark. Feels like he's waiting for that
Fifth leg,
key
Kevin
moment in
to
this
throw
match to
first.
pounce
Game on.
if Blommer makes a mistake on throw. Their averages are very similar.
46.
And that's very much where the big two in this group have been from start to finish in terms of their running averages.
They've been around the 90 mark the whole time,
45.
whereas everybody else are going towards the low 80s. I just wonder if at any point, because of this being Kevin's
99.
debut week, whether he will hit the wall a little bit. Some people who have been here before, they think, right, Wednesday, match 3, I might start to feel a bit tired, a bit jaded. I can do
140.
something about it. But if you've never been here before, you might think that doing the same thing constantly each day will reap the same rewards. But when you do it day on day, tiredness will set in at some point.
Yeah, it was
41.
something I was going to put to you in sort of match 14 really is how does he pace himself, or is he that kind of player that it
30.
doesn't become part of the plan?
Is it good for Blommer then that he has got someone on his tail to keep the adrenaline pumping?
Yep, keeping him switched on. He knows he can't afford at any point to switch off because Kist will
85.
pounce.
Just to give you some sort of indication as to how that can play out, I remember in Southampton about 18 months ago, Jared Cole won 10 games in a row on Monday and Tuesday,
134.
sitting on 20 points, handsomely in front at the top going into Wednesday. Won his first couple of games, and he knew he was through, and then all of a sudden the adrenaline disappears, and his
81.
performance
Marathon
level
Yohara
dipped quite severely.
152.
Seen it with Conan Whitehead last week.
$38.
Now, he had
Kevin
a
Yohara,
massive opportunity there,
149.
and he fluffed his lines. He just forced the issue.
72 remain. And there are options on 114, depending on how you think. A lot more people are going 19s these days,
93.
but I
Marathon
have a
Yohara,
funny feeling
114.
Dract is going to look up. Double 18.
And he likes it.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Maritime
He
Draft.
loves it. Ton plus checkouts today. They are rare, but maybe not
Six-leg
one
Maritime
has
to
been seen
Throfers.
as important
Game
as
on.
that for the last couple of days.
No, the only one we had was from Kist in the previous match, but that was massive. And what a way to follow it.
140.
Yeah, I think the last time we saw a finish that big was when Peter Hudson took at that 130 against Philip van Gassen, and
100.
that was bone shaking.
Well, the one that started the run of sort of poor results for Painter was Monday against Hudson, wasn't it? Where he missed
125.
tops off of 64 in the deciding leg after hitting his first max of the match, only to watch Hudson step in and take out 117, wasn't it?
100.
It was 117. We really do have a very, very interesting
125.
few matches coming up, and you have to tip your hat to Martine because this is an amazing leg.
Well, especially the day he had yesterday. Anyone else there, mine would have been mush.
59. Marathon Yohara,
Just a reminder that Kevin
111.
Blommer has lost very few games this week.
One so
29.
far.
Exactly. One
And-
game.
And that is against the man in second position in Kist.
And if Blommer does lose this leg, his leg difference
60.
will all of a sudden be exactly
Marathon
the
Yohara,
same as
82.
Christian, whose game in hand is against Philip van Gassen in game 9. Double 16.
Game
And
shot,
that situation is there.
Maritime
Martijn Dracht definitely knows that he is in with a huge shout of making the top 3 now, because he's gone to the 3rd position by beating Kevin Blommer, and by doing that, he's put in one of his best performances of the week. We've got plenty to talk about when we come back from this break, because it's game on at the top and it's game on in the middle.
Twists and turns everywhere you look here in Group A. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Martijn Dracht get the better of Kevin Blommer by 4 legs to 2, a result which has huge swathes of differences at both ends of the table. As far as the top is concerned, it's just a 2-point lead now for Kevin Blommer. Christian Kiss can peg himself back level and actually go in front in that particular part of the table, whereas now Martijn Dracht moves himself up to 3rd place. Next up, Peter Hudson in action up against Kevin Painter, watching this one. Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Well, Peter Hudson will now be aware that this is a must-win game in terms of the table. Blommer stays on 22 points and 26 in terms of leg difference. Kist now with a game in hand on 20 points and 26 in terms of leg difference. Martijn Dracht with that great win against Blommer, up to 12 points and now into 3rd position. He's -2 in the leg difference, but has a game in hand over Hudson, who plays now against Painter, who's on 12 points, -6, Nico.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, this.
Well, if we could have written the script for today, this is exactly how I would have wrote it.
Who's going to get the duff at
First
the
leg,
end?
Kevin to throw first.
Well, the duff
Game on.
got the spoils on Saturday night. Neil
See,
Duff.
that would have been funny if Neil Duff had hit his final double, a double top, and it went douche, douche, just like EastEnders. Oh, there's more evidence that those flights work.
Yeah, well, I had a word with KP as I was nipping up to have a chat with Henry after
60.
game 6, and I said, mate, they're working, nah, rubbish, you know what he's like. And I said, Kevin, they are going in the board perfectly.
But he has got longer stems in this time, so he's
140.
gradually moving in the right direction.
Yeah, we're getting there, slowly.
And a 180, 140 start doesn't lie.
Well, where
25.
Hudson would have been cheering on Blommer, maybe a bit of karma now, because Dracht will be cheering on KP.
It's such a polarizing atmosphere in that practice room.
26.
Oh, they're all friends on Monday. You can hear them all laughing and joking. By Wednesday, there's just absolute silence.
Yeah. It's like a school ground. You know, I like him, don't like him.
45.
Oh, by the way, I like him
Kevin
again.
O'Hara, 155.
Now I don't like that person. It's so strange. He's gone 180, 140, 26.
40.
I'm 40.
Look on the bright side, still massively in front. And you got to say it, Peter Hudson's starts in games today have been not the best.
No,
52.
too slow out of the
Kevin
box.
O'Hara, 115.
He might stay there. Oh, no. That was a good guide for ball tops, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. If he
59.
wants to get a bit frisky with some of these shots, then that was the time to do it. And Martijn Dracht was so animated after picking up his
47.
3rd straight win.
Kevin O'Hara,
He's undefeated
56.
today. He's really flipped the coin from yesterday. I wonder what we're going to
Games on
see
the
from
first leg,
Kevin.
Kevin
Well,
Painter.
that's his first leg of the day in match 3.
And a tidy one. And a 180 in
Second leg,
there.
Peter to throw
Pins the
first.
double in one.
Game
A
on.
17 dart hold.
He'd like to get a win against Peter because he hasn't beaten him this week so far. And he still wants to get him back for that 117 on Monday.
81.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he'd love to give him a bit of a thumping, wouldn't he?
45.
Just wonder what people are thinking in the practice room, because if Hudson loses the game,
60.
he's got no games in hand on Martijn Dracht, so they would have 12 points each going into the final 2 rounds. Dracht plays
100.
first in round 4 against Painter. Hudson has Van Gassa, so that's quite even.
Yeah.
And then in the final round, Hudson has Blommer in the final match. That could be massive.
121.
And Dracht has got kissed. Whoever put these fixtures together today, honestly, I'll buy you a beer.
Yeah.
81.
Well, you picked up on something a little earlier that I dismissed, but you said there may be a bit of an injury problem or something going on. But look at the amount of effort it is taking Peter Hudson to throw his darts.
54.
Yeah, the body's involved. He's starting to jump.
Starting to climb on his toes. We'll take another look at him in a moment.
He even gave it the full Mensa Sudovic before.
Yeah, he did.
46.
Looked like he was doing Swan Lake. Never thought I'd say that about Peter Hudson. Well, that's a nice delivery, but you can see the thought that's going into every dart.
Yeah, there's a problem here.
140.
Though, somehow, found the target. Well, he's playing Kevin after all.
Definitely playing better with his setup. He's got so much more stability. I know that the grip on the dart is not perfect for him, but wow. That leaves 20. That leaves 19. Even I got flummoxed.
Now, if he's not confident, go for an 11, because you can't bust over there. And you can't leave double one. All right, he's found the 3.
29.
Kevin was like a meerkat behind him. Didn't take his eye off the board.
Yeah, he's a bit like a Doberman when the treat box gets rattled.
Bull.
64.
He just
Peter
missed.
requires 16.
That could be a nice little segment for us to do. If the flight's in the way of the bullseye and the dart goes in, is it in?
Game
That's
shot on
in.
the second leg, Peter Hudson.
He might not be playing classic stuff and silky smooth stuff, but he has equalised at 1-1.
Third leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He doesn't look like he's having a great deal of fun right now. He's got his eyes closed, and every single movement is
80.
getting a lot of thought.
Yeah, he well may enjoy the 24-hour or so rest that he will get before he possibly
59.
comes back for Group C. There is still the opportunity to qualify for Group B, but if he's got a problem here, I think it will be dracked with
100.
the advantage of that leg difference that may just hold on to third place.
Well, one thing's for sure, Kevin's going to be merciless in this position because he just wants to get points. He's going to be in the bottom 3, but he still wants to
100.
fluff his confidence a little bit by getting some points and some legs and some nice shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because people have done it against him over the years.
Yeah, this is just about him
100.
prepping for tomorrow afternoon and finding a setup that makes him feel confident. Because that's all he's lacking.
Do you remember that UK Open? I think it might have been back in 2010, where Taylor was put up against Painter on the main
100.
stage. Taylor won 9-0, averaged 118.66, and it was a world record at the time.
Was that the one where he went for the ball to win it? With
40.
3 darts in hand? Or was that the match play?
That was at the match play, I
Right.
think. But we all remember that game, and Kevin, for the wrong reasons, it was merciless from Taylor.
Yeah. Oh, it's brutal.
And I'm really worried about this right shoulder now.
42.
Whatever it is, it's worrying.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in absolute ribbons. We had a player a couple of weeks ago, didn't we, that had to pull out, and Jenks had to step in. Yeah, you can. I think you're spot on the money, Nico. I think it's the
89.
shoulder by the way he was stretching there.
Yeah, each dart is being delivered like the long-armed inflatable tube man.
Well, it's the reaction upon release.
Look on the bright side.
99.
If this goes the way that we think it might,
92.
he's got a 3-game break after this to try and stretch it out, try and find a solution. Nice fix there from Kevin. And he takes out an 18 darter.
Painter.
It's all getting a bit tidier from the artist.
Yeah, for sure. Averaging
Fourth leg, Peter to
84.
throw first.
2
Game
out of
on.
3 on the doubles. He's had a max. At 92 finish. And if you're Painter now, it is very much head down. You don't want to
100.
get involved with the struggles of your opponent.
Well, in artistry terms, over the last couple of days, it's like someone had just thrown a can of paint against the wall.
57.
And now all of a sudden he's got the paintbrush out and the
So like
edger.
his shirt.
Yeah. Is that your kind of shirt?
I don't mind that, actually. I like it. I think it's... Listen, I love... For this sport to sort of, again, go up another level in terms of those
100.
below the elite, they've got to create their own little brand, and that's how you get support, and that's how you sort of
96.
build your career.
You know what? You could have an homage to Kevin Painter by getting your favourite shirt maker to make a shirt based on his dart shirt.
Yeah, I think there is one out there. Claudio Luigli.
59.
They also, of course, make... There's the wrestling ones, there's speedway ones. Of course, they clothe Tyson Fury. They created the WBC shirt,
96.
which I often wear. Not to the pub, I hasten to add. It's more of a white or blue T-shirt to the pub.
It's really interesting that
140.
things would be created because of a certain title. And the thing that comes to mind for me is that some darts fans out there have kitted out their darts room to look like
Peter
Alexander
Moore,
Palace.
Yeah.
102.
And taking it to the extreme, how about when Evander Holyfield had a swimming pool made out of the shape of the World Championship belt?
I wonder if he had a
82.
bloke in
Peter
a
Moore,
parachute by the side of it.
157.
On demand. Bad first start from Kevin allows Peter to get back into this one. He may not be technically smooth in this, but he's still competitive.
21. Peter, you require 20.
Double five. And based on the way his shoulder's reacting, I don't think he's going to like the high segments.
No.
No score. Kevin, you require 136.
Maybe you should have gone for a 1 there to leave not the lowest segment on the board, but it's close in dub terms, in double 2.
60.
Might have been a bit more
Peter, you
comfortable to
require
aim at.
20.
Exactly what he didn't want to see. Go really high on this one. It's happened again. And we do see it with people having shoulder
No
problems,
score.
that the high segments on the board are just harder to hit.
Yeah.
And this is a great invitation for Kevin to steal a leg against the darts. And that's exactly what he does with a ruthless tops and a 3-1 lead. A win here for Kevin would get him to 8 points, and he could still get to 12.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Now, it doesn't mean he's going to make the top 3, but he can get into double figures of points, and that will make him feel a little bit better.
Absolutely.
60.
Just a flight coming out.
I'm not entirely sure if Kevin's actually got a manufacturing deal at the moment, and he's playing like a bit of a free agent today. He's got...
54.
I'm not sure the brand of the barrels he's got in, but he's got stems from one manufacturer, flights from another. It's a bit like a free agent in golf having
45.
a driver from one, a 3-wood from another, set of irons from another, a different set of wedges and a putter.
And about a dozen different golf balls, about 2 dozen if you may. That'll get me through the first
81.
hole. Not even the front 9.
I just found out last week that I've been using the wrong ball for the last 8 years.
Yeah, I do believe that Kevin's with
99.
legend darts that have been recreating some of the darts thrown by the greats over the years. He's been with a few
43.
manufacturers, hasn't he, Kevin? I'm sure he was with Data Dart for a while as well.
Yeah, I think he was with B&W.
W, yeah.
And he's been with Unicorn and Winmore.
100.
I was with B&W for in the same sort of period that Kevin was with them. Wonderful company.
46.
Some of those in-package darts, mint in box, will be worth quite a few quid these days. There are lots of collectors out there, so anybody who's
84.
watching this who has their own stuff,
Well, if you've got a
keep a box.
if you've got a boxed, unused set of cocked-fingered Eric Bristows, I've seen them sell for in excess of £500.
Your bar 113.
I don't even have a set of my very first ones.
53.
I know, because
Peter bar 137.
someone was asking me for them, your Gen 1 darts from Unicorn, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't even have a set.
Yeah, someone was asking me to ask you if you could get a set, and I remember you
90.
already telling me that you don't
Your
even have a
bar
set
60.
yourself.
I do actually have a potential trade happening to get one. Got to figure out something to trade, but there's no trading going on here. It's Kevin Painter getting his first win of the day. He knows that Peter is struggling, but a merciless display there from Kevin. It wasn't a massive average, but look at the checkouts. Now he's starting to knit something together with that setup, and I'm sure he's going to be using that for the rest of the day. Good news for Dracht, bad news for Hudson. So we go through to game number 9, the end of round number 3, and it's all about Christian Kist. Can he equalise Kevin Blommer at the top?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Painter's picked up his first points of the day, getting the better of Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 1. Peter struggling in that one there, unfortunately for him. Right, next up, it's going to be the battle now at the top of the table. It's going to take President's Christian Kist. A victory here can go above Kevin Blommer on legs difference if he can get the better of Philip van Hasse. Watching this one, Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, every match we have had so far has something on it, and this one is now, well, this is now even bigger, Nico, isn't it?
It really is. I don't ever remember seeing anybody tied on leg difference at such a high state at this point of a Group A. Both on plus 26, Blommer and Kist. But with Kist 2 points behind, a win against Van Gasse for the third consecutive day is very much needed. And any win will take him top at the end of round 3.
Yep, this is the final match for the third cycle of games today. And 13th game in total for both Kist and Van Gasse. A little bit of extra pressure on Kist.
60.
Because he will be fully aware a win here takes him top.
You don't see many places in the world with 4 O's in it. Just like the hometown of Christian Kist, Vromschop. A town located in the centre of
100.
the municipality of Tventerand in the province of Overijssel. I hope I said that right. If I didn't, I do apologise. My Dutch is terrible. It was founded back in 1859. And it's just a fascinating name for a place. Vromschop.
Sounds like it could be a car.
If you know any other places that have 4 O's in them, please let me know. I don't know any off the top of my head. Well, this is the thing. Dart players don't like O's or zeros.
They like those, though.
170.
Yes, they do.
Not too many of those over the course of 3 days.
Philip, you require 76.
That'll be very welcomed. And we know who Blommer will be supporting here. This man going at tops. And tops he gets. 15 dart hold.
Now, don't forget that Philip was gradually improving yesterday at this point of the day. He was starting to average closer to that 90 mark. And ultimately, in his one win, he did average over 90. If he can do that in this game, he could cause Kist problems, especially because he's got the darts.
Yeah, it was a nice sequence there for Philip. 2-5-6 in 6.
59.
Not quite Nico's magical 350 in 6. He's a tough taskmaster.
Well, the problem with the 350, Mace, is that you very rarely leave 350 after 6, or even 9.
And everything has to be perfect.
The only way you can really leave it, and I thought about this
45.
in depth, because this is just how I think. You score a ton and leave 401. Then you go single 20, single 19, go for the treble 18 and hit treble 4. And then you leave 350.
Well, how many times have we seen the 350 in 6?
In the history of this tournament, twice. Once in Southampton, once here. Andy Jenkins against Fallon Sherrick. He did it in the very first week, I believe, down in Southampton.
How did he end up on 350?
140.
I don't know.
Well, we need to find out. There's a job for the boys.
Jim McEwen was the other one. And I don't know how he ended up on 350.
Well, I'm with you on that. I think that's the most likely scenario. Blocker on the 20, a blocker on the 19s. Up the treble
60.
18 and find the corner of treble 4.
Well, this is a big double. You don't want to give
40.
Van Gasse a shot at this 72. He's been a master at this shot this week. But not now.
Game shot the second
Well
leg,
done. I'm going to give him 2 wells there because that was a pressure dart for a very composed player.
Third leg, Philip to
Well, you've just seen Philip take out 76, so he'd have been wary that the 72 was more than achievable.
One thing we have to mention as well, and we did so at the start of the program today. If Kist wins this game, he's not only going top, he'll have the same points as Blommer. And his next game is against Blommer.
Yeah, winner. If long as Kiss gets the job done here,
100.
I think depending on the scoreline, of course, but you would think then the winner of that match wins the group. Because Blommer's playing Hudson, who
31.
is injured. And Kist is playing Dracht.
Well, if you consider as well that when Christian
100.
played Blommer yesterday, he beat him 4-0. Let me put something to you. Christian could win this group with a game in hand.
45.
Because if he does the same as he did yesterday against Blommer and he wins this game, he'll be out of sight.
Yep. Yeah, the leg difference would be too much to close.
Yeah. Providing that he
43.
beats a certain Martin Dracht in his last game, of course, because swings can be as big as 4 legs. Or even up to 8, if you're looking at the grand
65.
scheme of the
Philippe
fixture.
158.
The control of this group very much hinges on what happens here and what happens in the next hour. And if you don't think
58.
that practice room know it, we can hear nothing from in there. It's very tense.
It's absolute silence. The
60.
only time
Philippe
it is like
100.
this is in a situation like this. Sensibly,
60.
not going for tops
Christian
there. I
Uruguay
like that play.
160.
And even with the longer dart, he just wasn't perturbed by the possible bust shot. He just sailed it over the top, just under
100.
tops. A lovely, lovely
Philippe
dart to
Uruguay
leave
40.
40 points and takes it
In
out
the third
really
leg, Philippe
clean.
Van
Well,
Hassen.
because he has such a lovely soft throw and release, the darts go through the air cleanly, so
Fourth leg, Christian to throw first.
doesn't have
Game
to worry
on.
about that, I suppose.
When you throw them as quickly as, say, Kevin Painter does, they don't have as much of a
140.
throwing arc.
No.
Whereas with Philip, because they're thrown so softly, the arc is a lot.
And the weep and the wibble is already, literally within,
96.
I'd probably say within 2 feet of the release. I bet the dart is just clean in the air. Where someone who throws more aggressively, it's almost coming to the end of the weep and the wibble, which is why you see so many of the
136.
darts clatter against each other, and they're not bounce outs, they're just falling on the floor because they're coming into contact before they're fully straight
60.
with the other dart.
One thing I will say about Philip's flights as well is that don't look directly at them. They look like something that's going to hypnotize you.
125.
Yeah, starting to give out my PIN number on air or something.
100. Christian, you require 100.
Oh, another.
80.
Well, Kist sometimes, when he's going for a shot like that, he needs the dart to be right under the wire to have enough room to cushion another one in. I think he was just a bit defensive on that
60.
third
Christian,
dart
you
of the
require
visit, but he does come
20.
back for double 10.
No pressure.
Game
Hence he
on the
didn't
fourth leg,
attack until
Christian Kist.
dart 3, 15 dart hold. Well, we've had the
Fifth
answer
leg,
to your
Philip
question,
throw
Nico.
first.
So
Game
for
on.
Andy Jenkins, 350 in 6. It was an 85 and then a real poor 66. A big 5, a 60 and a 1, followed by a max and the 170 out.
Very interesting.
$59.
What's your personal best on a 6-dart convo? Mine's 341.
Yeah, I've done the 350, but not in any kind of game of real importance.
140.
From memory, I've had a 164 and a 167 on TV in terms of checkouts, but never a 170.
95.
Have you had the big fish?
Yeah, I had it against Kim Hybrex at the Worlds.
Ooh, beautiful.
And then he put in a 180 with his next visit. It's a very famous exchange, actually. Mark Webster loves to remind me about it.
100.
Yes, you two did sort of clash on many occasions,
Yeah,
didn't you?
we did a little bit.
Not Webby, I hasten to add.
119.
He had 341 twice. Once against Alex Roy in a European Tour event in Berlin. That was a good one. And 341 against
60.
Wadey in Dublin. 181.61 to win the match.
Yeah, I had the 341 in the embassy.
44. Philip, you require 141.
Well, this is a little bit less than 161. But it does seem as if Philip has control on his throw.
60.
It's funny I remember those things because they're just such a rarity, aren't they? And they sort of, even at the time you're doing them, go, oh, that was good.
Yeah. Things that are
140.
exceptionally hard to do.
Philip, you require 81.
Pressure on the 81. Double six. That was the
No
biggest
score.
start of the match, and it busts the
Christian, you
score.
require 44.
Kist has been given a free path to 3-2,
Game shot on the 5th leg.
and Motown
Christian
comes up
Kist.
trumps. 4 tops and 3-2.
6th leg Christian
And
to throw first.
A break of
Game on.
throw. More good news for Kist. Yeah, there's spells of my career that other people may remind me of. It was
92.
one in the UK Open, the main stage against Lloydie, where I hit back-to-back 1-2-1s in a key spell. And I remember it only because it was
81.
done 2 different ways. One was on the ball and the other one was the 33-28. But the fact they were back-to-back.
Do you know what that reminds me of? The first time I ever played Steve Lennon,
140.
someone who I've never beaten and probably never will. Played him in a UK Open qualifier, and he hit 321 finishes against me.
100.
3 different ways, and I thought, who's this kid? And Mick McGowan said he's the future of Irish darts. Well, funnily enough, Steve Lennon is not in the Irish
65.
World Cup team
No.
in a couple of weeks. Keane Barry has taken that spot against, or with ever-present Willie O'Connor. But, yeah, big times ahead.
60.
Big times ahead for Christian Kist, who's now got the chance of getting to the top. And Kevin Blommer is probably thinking right now, how am I not already winning this group? I
78.
can't get rid of this guy. Can't get rid of Philip either.
120.
It's a hat stand.
Christian, you require 126.
That's a bullseye.
101.
Still not got anywhere near
Philip, you
it.
require 140.
I don't think he's hit the bullseye for a leg all week, is he?
100.
25,
think
and
he
he will,
has.
he will go 1
25.
double 12. Just about gets the single. And he
Game
does
shot.
get that
And
double
the
12.
match,
So for the
Christian
first time in what
Kist.
seems like forever, Christian Kist is at the top of the table. He knows it. And the destiny of Group A is firmly in his hands with another steady display in the high 80s and decent doubling as well. He was put under pressure, but ultimately the miss at double 12 and double 6 for Philip in leg number 5. That's what cost him that match. We will take a short break and it will be round 4. It's the round that involves the head-to-head between Kist and Blommer. But before we go there, it's Dracht and Painter.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where the tables turn again. Christian Kiss getting the better. Philip van Hasse by 4 legs to 2. And so after the end of round 13 of 15, let's have a look and see where the table lies. Because as you can see, in terms of legs differences, Christian Kiss now that goes above Kevin Blommer at the top of the table. You've got 2 real congested races now. 1 for top spot, 1 for third, which guarantees you Group B darts when it comes to Thursday and Friday, respectively. Well, next up for us is the battle between Martijn Dracht, who currently occupies that 3rd spot. He takes on Kevin Painter. Both of these players off air, just before we got underway, are having a conversation about shoes. And, well, talking about cobblers, here's Nico and Mace.
Well, one man shines above the other in the shoe department, that's for sure, and that's Painter. But who's going to shine in the race for 3rd position? Kevin Painter has just done Martijn a huge favour in beating Peter Hudson. But now the tables turn. Martijn has to beat Kevin just to bolster his position. 12 points for Martijn Dracht, 12 points for Hudson. And with this first game of round 4 on Wednesday, he could give himself a little buffer.
And how will Martijn repay him after beating Peter Hudson? Look at those.
First leg, Martijn
Proper
to
shiny
throw
shoes.
first.
The old painting.
Game on.
Maybe a little bit shinier than that of Owen Binks, one of our referees. Not saying something.
Isn't he back this week or next week?
I think he might be in New York, you know.
No. No, he's not. Much to his disgust.
Oh, is he not?
And my amusement. Unlucky Owen.
He'd be there if Coldplay were there.
Madison Square Garden, New York. London Road, Portsmouth. Unlucky pal. Actually, at Coldplay tonight. Jeez.
60.
Again? What? Who's playing tonight? Coldplay.
All them real happy, feel-good tunes
60.
they play. You'll come here full of beans next week.
You've got to have a bit of Kaiser Chiefs, a bit like Painter, because he likes to predict riots.
Funeral music. That's what I call Coldplay.
94.
Coldplay was used for the end of Phil Taylor's career at Alexandra Palace, wasn't it?
There you go.
81.
Kevin has 8 points in the table, and if he wins his last 2 games, he will finish on 12 points. And that will make him feel pretty good. He's already got himself that win today by 4 legs to 1 against Hudson after 2 bagel defeats.
43.
But this portion of the day, it happened on Monday, it happened yesterday, where the darts of Dracht start to go in
60.
a little bit stranger.
Martijn, you require 164.
Lights start to kink to the left and things get a bit more difficult for him.
Yep. Well, I'm sad to inform our viewers that Owen is going to Coldplay tonight and then, sadly, going to New York. Gutted.
85.
Alas, he is back.
Martijn, you
Here
require
next week, though.
73.
Single 14. Ooh, hello.
Double 13.
Same height. Yeah, it's the one over on the right-hand side,
Yes,
Martijn.
the other side.
60.
There is no way he thought he was going to be left on 13 at the end of that visit. And he has stuck with the same equipment as Painter
45.
in this match.
Martijn, you require 13.
Double 4.
Game shot on the
That's
first leg.
pretty
Martijn
good.
Direct.
Fair to say that Painter did not show up in that leg.
Well, he's
Second
doing
leg,
what
Kevin
we all
to
do when we're
throw
having a
first.
tough time.
Game
And
on.
as I said, I spoke to him, but the negativity is just almost embedded in his psyche right now. And there's another
77.
example. It's just off the treble 20, but does find the 57.
You
And
say something really apt all the time about doing your best but not
58.
trying. And this is something that young players can definitely learn from. Put things in place in practice and go up there and just let it flow.
Yeah,
81.
just be you. It was something I said to Bradley a few times last week. Just be you, because I'd go in and watch them in the morning and just sort of not that they'd know I'd be sort of watching them practice, but just having a look at the tempo and their approach. And if you don't do that in matches,
100.
then don't do it in do one or the other. You know, do practice how you're going to play, and play how you practice.
It's the same as musicians. I'm likening a lot of things with darts practice at the minute to music.
59.
Because when you play an instrument with sheet music, you're constantly trying to hit the right notes in practice. But when you have a full orchestra behind you and an audience
35.
waiting, you don't practice. You play and you don't stop. You just play from start to finish. And then when the conductor wafts that wand, that's the end. And then you can grade yourself. You don't stop and say, oh, I did very badly there. You haven't got time to.
No, I'm very into just
140.
a player should be almost on autopilot. This should be default. Listen, I was one of the worst in the world for doing what Kevin's doing now, which is why I find it hard to watch and don't want to see players putting themselves through it.
Kevin, you require 150.
Now is not the time for 3 bullseyes. But there may be a time sometime in the future
100. Marathon, you require 90.
when he leaves himself 1 bullseye.
When you get a go. And attempted the 2 double 18s.
52.
Don't mind that because
Kevin, you require
appears to be his
50.
favourite double.
Going to be tops for KP. That's interesting. Predominantly in his career, he has been a double 16 guy.
Yep. And that low left
18.
dart.
Marathon, you require 40.
Maybe next time leave 32.
Well, that is low and left.
Well, this double 10 with this dart kinking over.
20.
That's what happens.
No room at the in. Makes contact
Kevin, you require
with the dart
32.
before it makes contact with the double.
There's nothing like a clear path to a
Game
double,
goes
just like
like
that. Nothing in the
Kevin
way.
Winter.
And it's 1-1. I do get the feeling that sometimes when
first. Game on.
you're in a practice room with someone that you've never met before, spent any time with, you could actually strike up quite a good friendship with somebody and they could inspire you to
81.
do something. You never know. Martin could have struck up a decent conversation with Kevin. Christian might not with one of the English-speaking players because his
78.
English isn't that great. But I get the feeling that the banter in Group B this week is going to be quite good. Because when you think about
100.
Prakash Jiwa, Willie Borland, Scott Baker, we're talking about... I mean, Willie Borland could talk a glass eye to sleep.
Yeah, he loves a bit of banter, doesn't he? He loves a bit of back and forth.
100.
I thought he played very well the last time he was here and showing signs of getting back to that level that saw him have that incredible match at the Worlds against Bradley Brooks, wasn't it?
Brooks, yeah.
Easy.
I think there's a lot of... I'll talk about it when Willie's here, but there's a lot of things that happened in that match that don't get
45.
publicised.
Marathon, you require 140.
And he did win an ADC event recently, Willie Borland, up in Northern Scotland, so he's definitely playing some decent stuff.
Yeah, there was massive
50.
signs of improvement when he was last here. It was when I was here as well.
100. Marathon,
Doesn't
you
get to a
require
finish,
90.
so Dract does not have to use the bullseye. He can get 3 18s, and he's
54.
proven exactly what he just said about leaving his favourite double.
Yep, I had the option to do just that and played it very safe,
60.
which again
Marathon, you
makes
require
our
36.
reference to golf very relevant. You're
In
leaving your
on the third leg,
favourite
Marathon
club
Draft.
shot in.
Yeah, if you've got 295 yards to the pin, you're not going to make it. Well, most of us aren't. Rory's hitting
Normal
that with,
human beings.
yeah, Rory's hitting that with a 5 wood. But what most golf commentators would say is that you want to leave a yardage that you're comfortable with. I mean, I personally like 115 yards with a pitch and wedge. So I
And you know you're going to hit that over and over and over again.
Absolutely.
The same yardage, and that's very much why a player will choose that particular double, because it's position on the board in relation to their release. And that's why I'm always making. I'm not that I'm a huge fan of golf, and I watch it and study it and listen to the experts, and there is so much you can take from that mindset and that approach.
Not so much golfers these days, but athletes that play golf. You look at the gym work they do, the teams that they've got, nutritionists and coaches.
When you think they were back in the day, they were renowned for
95.
the amount of drink they take on board.
Well, back in 1979, when Fuzzy Zello won the Masters, he was one of the worst culprits with the likes of Lanny Watkins.
Their hip flasks and
Yeah. They weren't all like Gary Player, who was one of the first athletic advocates for the golf. He was doing press-ups and sit-ups when he was in the 1950s.
when you think about the flexibility involved and the power you need to generate.
A golf stance and a dart stance are very unnatural. It means you have to train yourself to be strong in those positions. Bullseye.
105.
For a level game, here's
80.
a break opportunity for Dracht.
That's a lovely single. Just gives him maximum room to go over the top. And he finds the tops. Maybe putting right what has not gone right in the last 2 rounds over the last couple of days. Because it can't be ignored. In rounds 4 and 5 over the last 2 days, he's not won a match.
Going back to your observation and understanding about the dart stance, and I actually went for a golf lesson once, and I didn't feel like I could move. It was just all stiff, because of course you get into bad habits of how just being able to hit the ball, and it's very much like in darts, which is why when you focus on the coaching side of things, it's so important to get that foundation right first.
And one of the big movements that they do in the gym, these powerful golfers, is they get a big slam ball and they position it in front of their torso, and then they throw it to their left if they're right-handed. And that explosive movement of going from right to left is what they do. And then to counteract that with some core stability, they take said slam ball, go into a lunge position, and then slowly twist 90 degrees to the other side to give yourself that core that you need. I think we're on the cusp of dart players looking into that kind of thing, and particularly for recovery, because they're in this throwing position a lot.
Well, your core strength is all about your stability, and the one thing a dart player needs is stability.
There's another one of those darts to the left for Kevin. It's plagued him this week.
I think it's overgrip, and that's an over-adjustment.
24. Marathon your corner 52.
For a big win, it's double 16 for Martijn. To put maximum pressure on Peter Hudson.
36.
He will return.
Yeah, the last visit wasn't enough to take Kevin down, and there's that lefty.
Lateral drift.
Yeah.
59.
That's what Sid used to say about Wayne Mardle's darts.
16.
And they're from the same county of Essex.
Played in the same county team.
That was a county team. This is double 2. And that is a win for Martijn Dracht, who's having a very good day today. That's now 8 points from 8. He has flipped the coin from Tuesday because he got nothing yesterday, and now he's 2 points ahead of Peter Hudson in the middle of the table. He could well be finding himself in Thursday and Friday evening session. If he can win his final game of the day, he will be there. But that's against Christian Kist. We'll get to that in due course. It is the biggest game of the group so far. In fact, the biggest game we're going to have. It's Kist against Blommer. Do not miss it. It's next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and Martijn Dracht has got the better Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1 in our previous match. A big game in that battle for third spot. So Martijn Dracht moves himself onto 14 points in terms of the group. There we are there on your screen now. And the next game we're about to see is huge in this race for qualification. As you can see, Christian Kist and Kevin Blommer both level on 22 points. Hardly anything as well to separate them in the legs difference. And they go toe-to-toe here in our 11th match of the day. This could be potentially the decider as to who goes through to Saturday night's final. And watching this one in the commentator box is Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, this is the big game that we've all been waiting for. And it doesn't often fall like this. Sometimes these head-to-heads happen early on a Wednesday, and you think that they'd have to do stuff against people who are already out of contention for winning the group. But these two both firmly believe that they can win this group. They both can. But Kist has the advantage, but it's a marginal one. Blommer looking to rebound after a loss to Martijn Dracht in Game 7. He's had a bit of a break since then, whereas Kist has just had a one-game break.
Christian to throw first. Game on.
He's been perfect today. 3 wins from 3. And he hasn't really had a bad game yet.
100.
No. We traditionally see him have one a day. Well, he did on Monday, and he did yesterday. But the difference was the one on Monday.
57.
He lost, didn't he? Against Blommer.
I don't think it can be ignored that in the first game of today, Blommer
100.
beat Philip van Gassen by 4 legs to 2, but he looked a bit nervy.
He did. Almost like he was aware of the situation.
121.
She will be.
Since then, he's had a good performance against Painter and the loss against Dracht.
140.
Whereas Christian's just been plodding on. And his experience in these kind of situations has got to be valuable.
And how much will Blommer be
99.
remembering the
Christian,
4-0 drubbing
61.
that he gave him, that Kist gave him yesterday?
And it was around about this time of day as well.
89.
Well, that was game 10 yesterday. This is game 11.
Is this the time of day that Kist is at his optimum level?
84. Christian Uruguay 72.
65 left. And he's gone for the risky 25.
32.
Maybe
Kevin
that was the
Uruguay
right play with
140.
Kevin on 140. It was a gamble worth taking, maybe.
Well, his best average of the week so far for Kist came in match number 8 yesterday. Again, later in the day.
100. Christian Uruguay 40.
Both on tops after 15. They can't be separated on points. They couldn't have been separated after 461 points in the first leg.
Second leg, Kevin
They are
to
playing at
Throfer.
very similar
Game on.
levels. And another thing to accentuate that, when Blommer put in that 103 plus, Chris Kist straight after that
Yeah.
put in his 106.
Yeah, his very next game. I mean, they're only separated there in leg 1 by who had the throw.
And the fact that Kist has it
140.
in this game today, that's huge. Some games need stats. Some games need head-to-heads. This is all about now. It's not about what they've done previously. It's about who gets to 24 points first. And, like Henry mentioned, and like we mentioned earlier on today, if Kist was to go a little bit bananas, he could seal the winning spot
60.
in this match.
Yep. Yeah, he's currently on 28 points in terms of leg difference. Blommer's on 26, so he wins 4-1 or better. It's job done.
That 180 from Kist. We talked about timed
64.
180s this week.
Christian Uruguay 44.
When Blommer was on 170s thinking, I'm in a good position here, he wasn't. Because he lost that leg courtesy of 224 and 5.
Yeah, an 11 darter.
Third leg, Christian to Throfer.
Best leg of the day.
Relentless.
I think he's
100.
really enjoying the format. I think he's enjoying the dynamic of the group. And in a weird kind of way, our start players love this
100.
type of tightly contested environment.
Well, over the last 3 weeks in Super Series
45.
4, we have had 3 different nationalities win the week. Northern Ireland, England, and the United States. If one of these two win this
86.
week, that will be another nation. The Netherlands or Belgium.
Well, in a perfect world, we'd love to have
140.
12 different nationalities make it through to Champs Week. I think we've had it with 6, haven't we?
That rings a bell. We do actually have
58.
6 English players here this week. We've got 2 Dutch, 2 Belgian, 1 Scot and 1 Indian. So a nice cosmopolitan group here.
140.
Kist is being completely ruthless. 76 after 12, and
59.
Blommer's got no answer.
Christian Uruguay 76.
Well, I don't want to go too early on the average, but prior to this visit, it was 109.77.
56.
Now tumbles to 106.
That's the problem with high averages. If you have a bad visit, bye-bye.
140.
Double 10.
Christian Uruguay 20.
To deny Blommer any darts at
James
double in the
Shuttle
first 3
Christian
legs.
Kist.
And the mission of getting to the summit,
Fourth leg,
it
Kevin
happened
to
in his
Throfer.
previous game.
Game on.
And he's playing like someone who refuses to be toppled like the cherry on the top of a trifle.
Not having any of it, is he?
59.
Almost a bit of a wry smile from Blommer, like he knows the game's up.
You know that the movie Finding Nemo was released 20 years ago today.
100.
Wowzers.
And in that movie, there were a lot of seagulls. And they had one word to say. Mine. That's what Christian Kist is saying about Group A.
100.
I'm not sure how I shoehorned that in.
It works. So does this.
100.
If Kevin is to be going to Group B, he'll be very happy about the fact that Christian is not in it.
86.
Yeah, I'm not sure the rest of Group B, if they've watched it this week, will be happy about either of these being in Group B.
Yeah, good luck, lads.
55.
Whatever happens, I think that Blommer's going to make Saturday night. I think
Agreed.
he's got enough in the locker.
Yep. And he's going to be well rested if that is the case going into
100.
tomorrow night. And he'll be well practiced as well.
He's played pretty well in the morning sessions. I wonder if he's a night owl. But based on the way that Christian Kist has played in this game, it might be good night Blommer.
Kevin, you require 156.
Good night. Sleep tight. See you on Saturday.
And I have to say, based on
90.
how his
Christian
career has
requires
gone to date,
66.
there's nobody in this group who would benefit more from 2 days off than Christian Kist.
26.
The wire is bent to win
Kevin,
Group
you
A.
require 66.
He may be back if Blommer misses the same number. He goes a different route. Is it a different result?
34.
It is.
Christian, you require 40.
Double 10. And there it is.
Game.
Christian
shot,
Kist,
and a match.
undefeated
Christian
here
Kist.
today, now with 8 points. And because he wins 4 legs to 0, he goes to 24 points and is all of a sudden on plus 32 in the leg difference, and he will not be caught. Christian Kist, not for the first time this week, has averaged 98.56 and won 4-0, but that wins him the group with a game to spare. And when he plays against Martijn Dracht in game 13, he will have all of the pressure off his shoulders. Kevin Blommer will have to settle for Group B.
Hi, Steph. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Christian Kist has sealed his place into Saturday night's final, and he's saved one of his best performances of the week for that game against Kevin Blommer. 98.5 average, a 4-0 win, and because of the legs different swing now, you can see there's 10 legs between the pair. Now, there's only 8 legs that can swing in one round of fixtures, so that means that Kist will progress his way through to Saturday night's finals, no matter what happens from here on in. So Kevin Blommer will be in Group B when it comes to Thursday and Friday night. But we're still waiting to see who's going to take that third spot and that final spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday. Peter Hudson is in action now. He takes on Philip van Hasse. Watching this one, Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Well, there is plenty on this one for this man in particular. Still looking in a world of trouble.
Quite the contrast between these two, isn't it? One looks like he's in a lot of pain. The other one looks like he could throw forever.
Yep.
And that might give us an indication of who might win this game. Because if you look at the statistics of Peter's last match, and he hasn't had a great deal of rest between that and now because the matches have been done at a canter.
Well, they make Hudson 4-9 favourite, 13-8 for Philip.
I disagree. I'd go with Van Hasse as the favourite here based on the way he played at this point yesterday, which was better than at any point. There was some good stuff
Game on.
in his previous game as well. It wasn't that he was thrust aside the way that Blommer's just been done by Christian Kist. I would go as Van Hasse as the marginal favourite.
Agreed.
43.
I wonder how he feels about doing what Kevin Painter did, though. You can see that your opponent is not feeling 100%.
140.
Put them down. That's what you have going through your mind.
Yeah, put them out of their misery quick.
Have you ever played with an injury?
140.
I can honestly say I don't think I was ever injury-free. I played with the RSI in the elbow, and after injections
59.
and creams, and I think I went a good 6 years with that alone.
I think a lot of dart players
97.
would say the same, that they've always got something that is hindering them.
Yeah, but the thing is, to get to that level, you've got to practice so much, and well, it's alien to the body why we have repetitive strain injuries, because we shouldn't be doing the same thing over and over and over and over again for hour after hour after hour. And of course, that's what we do because we have to.
And that's what makes, for me, the story about recovery for dart
60.
players now more important than ever, because of the amount of darts that people play here, the amount of darts that people play in different tours, and especially at the pro level as well.
And that don't just come down to rest and everything like that, and
Peter Roy 100.
almost warming down in certain cases and stretching the muscles is also about diet. Because if you don't fuel the body right, it will not repair. It needs certain
59.
minerals and
Philip
vitamins,
Roy
and
160.
if they're not introduced into the body body will break down.
That is such a tremendous point.
100.
Great last dart there from Philip
Peter Roy
to get himself
102.
inside 2-dart range. Does he stay or does he go for a lower treble? It looks marginally
94.
more comfortable in this game. I
60.
wonder if that rest has done him some good. But Philip's on tops.
Game
And
on
finds the
first
top
leg,
corner.
Philip Van Hasse.
A bit like Romelu Lukaku hitting a penalty in the top corner for whoever he's going to play for next season.
Second leg,
It might
Philip
be
to
Chelsea, it might be
Roper.
Inter. We don't know.
Game on.
But on that subject of recovery, I had a very
83.
valuable experience last year where I played golf with Ross Fisher, who played in the 2010 Ryder Cup team. And because I had such a great experience, I said to Ross the night before the Wales Open started at Celtic Manor, would you like to have dinner? It'd be
59.
on me. And he said, I'd love to, but I have an appointment with my physio. And after that pro-am, he was getting himself in recovery mode for the next day, and that really got me thinking.
83.
Well, I mean, how many dart players would get their blood work done to see what's lacking in terms of amino acids, proteins, anything like that? They just wouldn't do it. They wouldn't think
24.
about doing it, and it's so freely available now, and it's not particularly expensive. You can do it at home, send it off, and then it's
100.
just sent to you exactly what's going on in your body. And I don't know, the amount of, back in my day, it was just different. It was just totally different.
I've been saying for about 2 years now that I think
41.
we're approaching the point where an on-site physio or physios or massage therapists or chiropractors, that kind of thing, for dart players at the top level, it's a must.
90.
I agree.
How many dart players do you know, including ourselves? We've gone to a chiropractor and they've said everything on your right side is out because of the amount that you stand in a dart stance.
Yeah, we were discussing it yesterday that
81.
everything was just out of
Philip
line
Gilmore,
because we're constantly,
145.
if you're right-handed, everything's loaded on the right side of your body and everything's out of kilter.
As soon as you said that, I realised I was leaning on my right
Yeah.
side of my chair. So I've gone a little bit more central for this shot for Peter. And he's gone to the right. Then the left.
36.
And somewhere in the middle, but not good
Philip
enough
Gilmore,
for his liking.
64.
This is what Philip's going to do for the rest of the day and possibly for the rest of the week.
32.
He's going to pick off shots like that by getting single, double.
Well, I said, we both said at 13-8, they had it round the wrong way. Well, the response was a quick one by the odds compilers. He's now 1-5.
There you go.
Enjoy.
45.
Just doesn't look likely that
Philip
things are going to
Gilmore,
click back into place for
32.
Peter at this juncture. And Philip is looking very comfortable.
Game on the second
Especially
leg,
now that he's
Philip
2-0 up.
Ganassi.
Yeah, especially after backing up the break with a hold. Yeah, for
Third leg
those of you
Peter
that did
to
follow us in,
Rovers.
I'll have pate
Game on.
and Chardonnay to start, please. Nico will have some kind of risotto, I expect.
You know me well. Risotto Venezia after a little bit of salted
97.
calamari with a lovely squeeze of lemon juice and a lovely mustard mayonnaise.
I'm just going to go home and
81.
sympathise with my gout.
That's one thing we could do when we've got the finals night in early August, because if you are marking your calendar for
60.
the Champions Week, it starts on the 31st of July. The Saturday after that is when the next £20,000 cheque will be presented to the Super Series 4 champion. I wonder if we can get some sparkling white wine that night for a bit of a champagne fight.
I like it. Well, we're both into our food, Nico, and we often send each other pictures of said
45.
food, and it's replied often with not too gouty or ooh, very gouty.
140.
That was very good in half. Very comfortable here, Philip. Averaging, not for the first time, Nico, 88, 89. Couple of legs deep.
Yeah, look at him in the background. He's full of focus. I think he's a bit more wily than people are giving him credit for this week.
100.
I've got a funny feeling that he's going to cause problems in Group C.
Philip Gilmore,
Well, he's
140.
played at international level.
Hasn't got a win today yet. In fact, neither has Peter, so
100.
someone's streak has got to go.
Yeah, someone's O's going to go.
Doubles have been very handy as well for Philip.
59.
50%. 2 hits from 4
Gilmore,
attempts.
40.
You'd take that any day.
Well, it was 20-1 for 4-0, Nico. Ooh, it
30.
was very nearly 3-0.
Peter Gilmore, 140.
Nothing Hudson can do except try and leave it handy, and he's
55.
just gone left of the treble 20.
Philip, you require 10.
You don't want to be splitting double five.
Game on
Good
the third
advice,
leg, Philip
heeded
Van
by
Hassen.
Philip Van Hassen. He was on his third different shirt this week. Started with the green, had the red on yesterday, the blue today.
Fourth leg, Philip.
I wonder what he's got in store for us tomorrow.
Game on.
I don't think there's any resistance coming back from the rock.
$100.
This is the last game of round 4. We all thought it was going to be a particularly dramatic round of matches. It has been, because Martijn Dracht
60.
has done his job over Kevin Painter. Christian Kist has done the job to win the group. And it looks as if
60.
Martijn Dracht is going to be very close to qualifying for Group B before he's even thrown a dart in round 5 today.
Who would have thought that this morning?
84.
Coincidentally, the next game that we have, which is Dracht against Kist, the all Dutch battle, it's a bit of a side plot though.
140.
It's a battle of who remains undefeated for the day.
And if Kiss can win 4-1 or better, he sets a new leg difference record in Group A.
And we were talking about that
78.
with Kevin Blommer, and we said it was a remote possibility that Christian could do the same. Well, like Chris mentioned, he's pretty close to it.
41.
I hope Barry Van Peer is watching. Your record is under threat, young man.
The current record is 34. He's currently on plus 32.
45. Philip, you require 160.
He goes and does do a 4-1 job. Oh, hello, tops.
120.
And then, of course, that will be plus 3.
I do believe that Philip's got 1 ton plus checkout this week of 101. That would have been the second best that we've seen. 164 from Dracht on Monday being the best.
46.
But this is for his
Philip,
second
you require
win
40.
of the week and his most emphatic by miles.
20.
Has it surrounded.
Has the opportunity to return.
121.
Just heard Martijn
Philip, you
Dracht cheer
require
on
20.
Philip.
He really wants this to go in, does Philip. And Martijn, for that matter.
10.
And he's going to have to wait a
Philip,
bit
you
before he
require 67.
celebrates his place in Group B.
That's now 7 darts missed for the match.
Yeah, prior to that, his finishing was reasonably tidy.
35. Philip, you require 10.
It won't matter as long as he hits double 5 this time. Wow, so close.
No score.
And yet so far that's double-digit
Peter,
missed
you
match
require
darts.
32.
And Peter Hudson is still in the game. But for how long? They're both wired on the inside. Both well thrown.
28.
Here we go, Philip.
Philip, you require
3rd
10.
down and 10. And he does
Game
find the
shot.
double 2 to
And
get over the
that
line by
Philip
4
Van
legs to 0.
Hassen.
His average dipped all the way down to 75 in the end. But you can see that he's almost embarrassed at the way he got over the line in that 4th leg. But he does get to 4 points in the table. He will remain in 6th position throughout the course of this campaign, but that will make him feel just a little bit better. But Peter Hudson is feeling very bereft right now. We have one more round of matches coming your way, and they start right after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Philip van Hasse got the better of Peter Hudson by 4-0. That means the end of round 14 of our fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so we can pretty much square everything up from here. As you can see, Christian Kiss is through from Kevin Blom because of legs difference, and that is now the same situation for Martijn Dracht and Peter Hudson in that battle for 3rd and 4th place respectively. So we go into the final round of fixtures. We kick off with Kiss against Dracht, and watching this one in the commentary box is Paul and Chris.
Thanks again, Henry. And this one, as you categorised, it's for pride. It's for the pride of the Netherlands, because these two Dutch boys will not want to lose to each other. But Kist has beaten Dracht twice in the last couple of days. He'd like to make it thrice to get himself onto a very healthy 26 points for Group A. But now that Martijn is in Group B, he knows he's got a very long lie-in tomorrow. And that might suit him down to the ground. But there is something on this game. And it's got something to do with another Dutchman. That Dutchman being a certain Barry van Peer, who holds the record for positive leg difference in a Group A campaign. That record stands at plus 34.
To throw first.
So if Christian Kist wins this game by 4-1 or better, he will set a new standard.
Yep, we'll have a new record. Certainly one that
140.
I didn't anticipate that was going to get beat.
But how high can it go?
120.
Are we going to see a Group 1 day where someone is up to plus 40?
Oof, that would be some
62.
achievement.
Let's face it, there's been a lot of really good competitive players in this group. At no point did I think that someone was going to get to record
89.
leg difference territory in this group.
No, I agree.
And if you put it this way, it
39.
sounds even stranger. If the games between Christian Kist and Kevin Blommer had been tighter, both of them would have been in record territory. And it doesn't take a genius to work out where this group has been lost for Kevin. Those two losses to Christian Kist over the last 2 days by 4-0 have robbed him
100
of winning this group.
147. $59.
This was missed for the match
60.
by Philip van Hasse in the previous game. He went on to need quite a lot more dots
60.
at double to win the match.
Marathon you require 88.
Double 20. Single 18 for the ball. Oh, chased the treble. Paid the price.
$48. Christian, you require 100.
Lovely dart for tops. He's starting to look really sharp.
60.
How has that not gone in?
Marathon
Even
you
he's given
require
it
40.
a second look. Again, if you tried putting a dart in between that one and not in the tops, you'd find it impossible.
Especially the way his dart's going sideways. How was that missed to the right-hand side?
Oof.
35.
He gets another go.
Christian, you require 40.
Tops again. If in doubt, change the target. It's a great shot from Christian.
Christian Kiss.
He has been super sharp today. Maybe not playing his ultimate A game, but I believe that he's been more consistent today than at any point in the week. Hasn't played his top A game, but hasn't had that bad game either. He's been living in the middle more.
Agreed.
48.
There's not that range.
If you think about his range for the week, his worst average, just a shade under 80. And his best, touching 106.5. So a 26-point range. But the fact
58.
that he's been a lot tighter today, he's between 80 and 98, so the range is 18. That's a lot better.
100.
But he'd still want that to be tighter still going into Saturday night.
Yeah, for sure. But that may come when he feels he's under a bit more pressure.
We had a little bit of a chat earlier in the week about the complexity of the MODUS Super Series weeks. And I brought up a point of
45.
there being 101 qualifying matches and only 3 knockout games.
Yeah.
And those 3 knockout games on Saturday night just feel very different.
Yeah, well, they're the 3 most important games of the week if you
85.
simplify it. Once you've qualified like Kist has, you need to possibly dodge a couple of bullets
140.
because the 2 round robin games they can be an absolute minefield.
I know there are people out there who think that there are knockout games in qualifying because
45. Christian,
when you get to the end of Group B or Group C, then it might feel like a knockout game. But what I mean is knockout in the scheme of getting to Champions Week.
56.
It's
99.
good from Dracht,
Christian, you require
but Christ
60.
is already there. He's got half the score. Just go a little bit higher on the ladder.
Game
Oh, it's
John
wonderful from
Single,
Kist.
Christian Kist.
Spending a lot of time on 12s, on tops, on 10s. And how often do we see people with that game plan of those 3 doubles?
Yeah, I'd like to know
Relay
how many
Christian to
times he's
Rovers.
found the target. I know we talk
Emo.
about percentages, so at the moment he's 2 from 7, but it's when you still hit the double in that said turn
140.
what his return rate is on that, because if he's not in it at first dart and second dart, he's certainly finding it with the final dart.
I know that when we talk about doubles percentages,
43.
They're
We talk-
misleading, aren't they?
yeah, they are a little bit, because what I'd like alongside that is a visit perfection rate. Let's say you've had 5 visits
140.
in a match and you've got 4 doubles. That's an 80% conversion rate on visits. Everybody would take that.
100.
But getting 100% on visits is way more achievable than 100% on doubles.
Seen a couple of 4 out of 5s, haven't we? We've seen
140.
one from Kevin Painter today.
There's a sign of that dart that just isn't as pure as earlier.
100.
It's just
Christian
diving at the
Rovers,
end.
81.
This is pure from Kist. 140, 140, 140. Treble 10 would have left double 16.
41.
Tops after 12. Are we about to see a bit of history, Nico?
You know, we've been talking about garage music a little bit today, haven't we? I suppose if there's going to be a Super
26.
Series radio station, it would be Kist FM.
Christian, you require 40.
Would be this week.
Game
Oh, it's a
John
great shot
Relay,
of tops for a
Christian
13
Kist.
darter, and that elevates his average towards the 87 mark. Without being spectacular,
Relay
this is just
Martin
really
to
good.
Rovers.
And there
Emo.
was a danger of this happening to Dracht, because as soon as Philip won that previous game, Dracht knew that he had
96.
done everything he needed to do to get top 3.
Yeah, and you could hear him in the players' area
60.
and practice area cheering on Philip. By the way, the players can't hear that. It's a completely soundproof room away from
85.
the stage area. And I just thought, well, he would have been so emotionally relieved.
41.
And we talk about adrenaline a lot, and that may have just been switched off.
If there is an adrenaline switch, everybody would want to be able
60.
to press it whenever they need it. But it doesn't work that way.
You've got to manufacture it.
One more leg for Christian Kist without reply,
100.
and he would set the leg difference record at a ridiculous plus 36. But he can't afford to lose a leg in this contest and still get the record.
26.
That's music to his ears, and Can he find a way to get in front?
85.
Only just. I think Christian dropped a dart there, but the first thing he wanted to do was apologise.
46.
That is just a sign of the classy operator that he is. That was not on purpose.
No.
$99.
There was a call for the bullseye there, possibly, but he's still in 3-dart range.
Yeah. Into finishing territory.
And now he's got to go 16s, really,
Yeah.
to give himself an easier finish.
Big 16.
18.
Yeah, you'd
Christian,
rather
your
have
final
170 than 167. This is a difficult dart for Christian. Oh, what do I know? Double 18. Just
Game
absolutely
shot.
brilliant from
And
Kist, who
that's
wins his final
Christian
2
Kist.
matches by 4 legs to 0, and in the process breaks the record for leg difference in a Group A campaign. He hasn't just broken it, he smashed it. It's plus 36, and it's 26 points. It is the lipstick who smacks his way to Saturday night. Brilliantly done, Christian. Well done. We'll see Philip van Gasse in the penultimate game up against Kevin Painter next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Christian Kist is a record breaker. A 4-0 victory against Martijn Drack means that the legs difference record here at the MODUS Super Series in Group A has been broken. Plus 36 for Kist then in this group. That beats the plus 34 record that Barry Van Peer held in the week 8 of the previous phase. And that was a very competitive group as well, with Jacob Taylor of Canada. Well, Kevin Brummer pushed him all the way, but it's Christian Kist who's going to progress his way through to Saturday night's finale. Next up for us, it is Philip van Gasse up against Kevin Painter, both looking to finish with a win. And watching this one, Chris and Paul.
We're still here, Henry, and we are eagerly anticipating whether Philip can win 2 games in a day or whether Kevin Painter can finish on double figures in the table. That's what's up for grabs right here in our penultimate best-of-7 leg match here on Wednesday.
Tell you what else is up for grabs, Nico. Blommer against Hudson. I'll just give you a nice little 13-8 bumper. 5-1 Blommer to beat Hudson full zip.
Don't say we didn't warn you.
Yup.
We give you nuggets along the way, but sometimes we can give
Well,
you...
you gave them a beauty yesterday, nearly a 14-1 Asset Zaka.
Yeah, but you know I'm under pressure tomorrow to try and deliver
First
it
leg,
again.
Philip to throw first. Game
Now, this
on.
is Kevin's kind of opponent, isn't it? Someone who doesn't do anything apart from throw. He can get his teeth into this one because Painter has beaten Philip twice, but I get the
140.
feeling that this will be the hardest of the three.
Agreed.
Where are the standard flights? All right, Kev, I bow to your superior knowledge.
We've now gone to a black stamp and back to a... Is it a pair he's using?
Yeah.
81.
It's almost like an accessories fashion show.
It's going through the full range.
This titanium or tungsten dart is wearing a pencil skirt made of black with a flight made of black. And I'm completely distracted by the fact that Kevin's left 141 after 6.
140.
Go on, Kev, you know you want to.
141.
You know you wanna. Oh, Kevin Painter, you tease.
89.
I'm just checking on my notes.
Philip, you
and
require 140.
he has never had a 9. Wowzers.
I'm gonna blow your mind in a minute.
41. Kevin, you require.
Let's see if Kevin can
52.
take the 52. Double top.
12.
Oh, he'll feel
Philip,
empty if
you're
Philip
born
takes the
99.
99.
Yeah, this little bit of sick will come in his mouth.
Somebody pass the bucket.
83. Kevin, you
Somebody
require
missed the bucket.
40.
Double 10. New target. And
Game
finds
done
the
the first
target
leg,
as well.
Kevin Painter.
Could have been a perfect leg, but it is a 15 dart break of throw. I was doing some digging into 9 darters recently, and
Second leg, Kevin.
this will
to
surprise
throw
you.
first.
Someone who has never
Game
hit
on.
one in PDC darts is Luke Humphreys.
Well, the amount of 180s he hit, that does absolutely amaze me. I'd love to know how many he's
45.
missed.
He's in New York this weekend. Loving it in Madison Square Garden, I'm sure.
No, I bet he is.
60.
I'm not too jealous.
Have you ever been to New York?
I have, yeah. Yeah, when we used to do the US Open at the
43.
Mohegan Sun, I'd fly into New York and have a bit of time there, and then I'd catch the train, which was a beautiful journey, if not fraught with
140.
a little danger, all the way up to Connecticut. It was beautiful. Once you got out of New York, of course.
60.
Grand Central Station, well, we think Euston's a bit of a nightmare. Wow. Those of you who have been to Grand Central will
100.
know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, amazing place. So vibrant and yeah, it's bonkers.
Somebody said once that if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
I made it out of there.
60.
Some people don't even do that. And that's intriguing about Painter, that he's never had a 9 darter.
Mm.
I'm going to dig really deep and
55.
see if that's... I mean, I'm not that I'm saying you're not true, but that really is incredible for the amount of
95.
time
Yeah.
that he's
Philip,
played.
146.
I can say hand on heart that I haven't had one. And we haven't had one here at the MODUS Super Series.
We've seen them double missed in
130.
consecutive weeks now, haven't
Correct. But we haven't had one from anybody that isn't named Conor Heenan in the last year.
we? Off to change my name to Connor.
90.
And he's had 3.
Philip, you require
He had 1 in
16.
Southampton, then he's had 2 here.
He's actually hit more official ones than I have.
No score.
And this is a 100 checkout for a 2-0 lead.
Kevin, you require 100.
Nearly
40.
bust.
Better on the floor than in the
Philip, you
60.
require 16.
I have to say, when I hit my first one, they were still very much a a rarity.
Game on the second leg, Philip van Hasse.
When Kevin played Philip on Monday, it was 4-0. That was his first win of the week. And he followed that up with beating him in his very next game on Tuesday morning. So they've had a little bit of a wait between their second and third games. This one might just be the tightest one of the lot. Now, Kevin's not had any 9-darters in his career.
41.
But he has had the highest finish in 3 tournaments. 3 big tournaments as well. In the World Senior Championship last year, he had a 170. In the World Match Play in 2007, he had a 170. That was on the 22nd of July 2007. And in the World Championship at the Circus Tavern in 2005, he had a big fish there as well.
Wow. 3 170s on TV.
42.
Good work, KP.
That leads me to a question that I asked you earlier today. I wanted to give you plenty of time to think about it. What's your favourite finish that you've ever had?
Oh, yeah. It's hard. It's actually one that wasn't on TV, and it was sort of a finish maybe a little bit ahead of its time. And it
100.
was my sort of last hurrah when I had that wonderful day where I beat MVG and Anderson and Webby and a host of great players, including Simon Whitlock, and to make it 5-5,
99.
I won 120, blocked out the treble with dart 1, and went ball for 5 all, and went on to pinch it 6-5. But yeah, it was just the sort of undernad, and I had a look, and I thought, I've got no choice. I just cannot see the treble 20. And went ball. Outside of that, it's probably one that I don't mention very often, but the 1-3-2 against Conan.
Yes, one of the best Super Series finishes we've seen.
Well, it was just literally down to the fact that we were discussing those 1-3-2 finishes that day, laughing and joking about the ones where they've had to sort of move left or right.
No moving needed for a 130. 2 straight darts, one of them is in the 60 for a shot at bull. There you are. But he moves for the bull.
105.
And why?
Philip
Sure.
60.
I don't get that. There was nothing in the way.
20.
That dart was surely a help had he hit it,
25.
but he didn't. And Painter goes for double 8. Oh no, Kev. He hates that
23.
with a passion. He's left himself on double 1.
40.
It's the rare occasion you just think, please get it, mate.
Games on the third leg, Philip van Hasse.
Julie obliges and says thank you very much.
Fourth leg, Kevin to
Even Kevin can see the light side of it now because he knows his fate. He will be back at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 1 p.m. with the first couple of rounds. And then we will be live on Sporty Stuff TV
60.
after that from 3 p.m. with the culmination of day 1 in Group C. And then tomorrow night,
45.
you will have Martijn Dracht, Kevin Blommer, Prakash Jiwa, Willie Borland and Scott Baker in Group B in what's going
60.
to be a fast-firing Group B.
Yeah, do not miss that. And we often say that sometimes the
60.
Group C may not be as good as Group B, but I've got a funny feeling this one could be
100.
I agree. There's another point as well about Group C because sometimes in the practice room you need somebody that you have had time with, someone that you can work with.
45.
Now, with all due respect to everybody in the room over the last 3 days, but they don't strike me as any of Painter's people. Come tomorrow, he's got Colin Osborne in the room, and that's one of Painter's better friends from the tour.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to have a really positive effect on him.
Yeah, an ex-practice partner, and he'll be looking at Colin, asking him, what do you think about this? What, you know, and he'll be able to take something from Colin. Yeah, so we know tomorrow it will be
100.
Philip, Kevin,
95.
Peter Hudson, Colin Osborne.
Ryan Finesse from Salisbury, who's had success here.
75.
Kevin almost has success on a double-double.
100.
And Adam Lipscomb. Watch out for him. He could be a real spoiler.
60. Kevin, you require 20. Game shot of the fourth leg, Kevin Painter.
It's 2-2. Now, is the artist going to finish on 10 points in the table?
Fifth leg, Philip.
Or is Philip going to win 2 of the last 3 legs on throw?
Game on. 60. $25.
Who do you make favourite at this point? Because it's really tough for me to figure this out. They're both averaging
60.
mid-70s. They're both at the bottom of the table. They're both on 20% on doubles.
I think just by him having the throw,
60.
you just about favour Philip. Yeah, so just to confirm, these two and Hudson
85.
will be going into a group with Adam Lipscomb, Ryan Furness, and Colin Osborne. So KP will have an
95.
ally.
But only for 8 games. Not for 10.
No,
There are going to be 2 games where they won't talk to each other.
81.
absolutely.
I've actually shared company dinners with Kevin and Colin.
42.
They went to bed after me.
Yeah.
Might even have to unearth a photograph of Colin Osborne for this weekend if he makes
60.
Saturday. It's a really good one of him doing a Bobby George impression
With the gold?
with a tablecloth and some candelabra, that I'm not sure it belonged to him. I think it belonged to a hotel.
155.
So watch out, Colin.
That sounds like a typical messy night at the darts.
This is where you want to get your
47.
third maximum of the match. Remember, he started with consecutive maximums in leg 1.
60.
I still maintain that the standard flights seem to fly better
108.
than the pear-shaped ones, but that's only my opinion. Double 14 for Philip.
80. Kevin, you require 144.
Can he produce the biggie? Nope.
That was actually one of my favourite finishes that I've ever hit. 144.
56.
Who was that
Kevin, you
against?
require
It was against
28.
Magnus Carus in the Grand Slam group. Let's see if Philip can hit this double 14 first, which he can. It's a lovely
Game
dart.
shot of the fifth
It
leg,
glances off
Philip
the second
Van
marker
Hassel.
to give him a 3-2 lead. I remember that vividly because I was
Six leg Kevin to
4-3
Throwford.
down in the group.
Game on.
If I didn't beat Magnus, I was going to be out. And it was game 3.
44.
He was on something very small, and I took it 144 with 8 18s. And then I won the last leg as well, and I was
100.
rather excitable at the end of that
I
game.
bet.
I ended up making the quarterfinals, actually, and that was a good year for me.
It's obvious to say probably your favourite game would have been winning
78.
the players, but what's your favourite match? If there's one match you're involved in that you go, oof.
There's a couple that spring to mind. My favourite game that I've ever played was against Dennis
26.
Priestley at the World Championship, which ironically could have been you and I, because we were in the same section of the draw. But I was in such control in that game. I didn't get too excited. I was in the moment.
Yeah.
But there's another one that a lot of people don't know about. Same format, best of 7 sets. I played Alan Tabin at the Alexandra
55.
Palace. I won 4-0, high 90s average, great doubling. And I was just in such control that
You could have done.
I was never going to lose that game.
86.
Yeah, it's a lovely feeling. That's when you know that you're at the height of your powers. I've had a few like that where I thought, if you go up a gear, I've got another. I played Beaton at the match play, similar thing. I beat him 13-6, and I literally felt like I had gears to the moon.
85.
I beat Richie Burnett 10-1 at the match play as well. That was another similar thing.
45.
I'm not really sure what Kevin's gesturing here, but maybe he's just trying to mimic an action of what he wants to do.
35.
I have indeed lost to Kevin Painter at the World Championship by 4-0, and that hurt.
Yeah, I got pumped off Kevin in the Worlds.
I think every set was 3-2 as well. Just
90.
ugh.
Kevin, you require 40.
I wasn't in a good mood for a couple of days after that. Well, surely this time.
No
Wow.
score.
They're just too close together.
You require 85.
And this is now a match-winning chance for the Belgian to get 4 points in a daily campaign for the first time, and he's got tops.
Game
And he can
shot.
get it done. So he has
Philip
improved
Van Hassen.
every single day he's played. No points on Monday, 2 yesterday, 4 today. So watch out, Group C. Philip Van Hassen is starting to get the hang of the MODUS Super Series, albeit with a 73 average. His checkouts at 1 in every 4, but ultimately Kevin Painter and Philip will meet again in tomorrow afternoon's session. When we come back, it will be the last game of Group A, and it will be with Blommer and Hudson looking to finish up with a bang.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Philip Van Hassen get the better Kevin Painter by 4-2 in both players' last games of Group A. We'll see the pair back in Group C tomorrow and Friday. Right, the last game of the group sees Kevin Blommer in action. We're going to see him in Group B on Thursday and Friday. He takes on Peter Hudson, who just missed out on that Group B spot. Both looking to end with a win. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Well, you could just see in the back of shot, Peter Hudson having a big stretch, trying to loosen up that shoulder. Well, there's been a little bit of confusion over the groups, but we'll point you in the right direction during this match. There is no confusion who has won Group A. That's most definitely Christian Kist with a record-breaking plus 36. So we know he's straight into Saturday night's final. Positions 2 and 3, Blommer and Dracht. They will be joined by Adam Lipscomb, Colin Obsborn,
First leg, Kevin
and
to
Ryan Finesse. Hudson,
on.
Painter and Van Hasse will be joined by Prakash Jiwa, Scott Baker and Willie Borland.
I just wonder
43.
how Kevin is feeling right now, because he will have felt that he's led this group the entire way and he's been overtaken in the last furlong.
Yeah, I think
85.
as he's on debut and he's had to deal with the pressure of being the man to beat, I don't think he'll be too disappointed. But he'll want to go out on a win, of course, after going down
84.
2 Kist 4-0.
Look on the bright side, you don't have to play him the next couple of days.
And before that, he went down to Drax. So he's not had to deal with
58.
back-to-back defeats before, has he? And he's certainly not had to deal with the kind of defeat he had off of Christian Kist.
You learn more from defeat than you do from victory.
134.
So maybe he's learning what needs to be done when he plays in Group B over the next couple of days.
81.
I'm just looking at the Group B scenario. There are going to be 3 English players in that group and 1 Belgian and 1 Dutch player. So I think it's fair to say that Dracht and Blommer are going to be dragging each other along.
Well, I just had a lovely message from Daz Rollins. You must know Daz.
Oh, Daz. I love Daz.
And of course, around 2010 was when Whitlock joined the
41.
PDC, wasn't it?
Peter Roy 60.
I'm not proud of this, but this sort of reminds me how much of a bellmet I was.
Game shot on the first leg, Peter Hudson.
He said, "You probably don't remember, but I marked the Whitlock game, and your words to Whitlock were, 'Welcome to the PDC,
Second leg,
pal.'"
Peter to throw first. Game on.
There you go. Mason-esque.
I think he won 5 floor titles that year, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah.
Great.
There were a lot of them.
96.
Couldn't help myself. He didn't have a bad career, I suppose.
Still going, isn't he?
Yeah, he's more than still going.
Yeah, I think he's going over to Ireland to do some exhibitions
Well,
this
put
weekend.
it this way, I would have,
32.
on reflection, quite happily traded my career in inverted commas.
He might
for
even win a
his.
second World Cup in the next couple of weeks with Damon
Yeah.
Heta.
Certainly wouldn't put it past him. That's the kind of
45.
environment that I think we'll see Whitlock blossom this year.
Now, what's happened to Kevin Blommer?
I have no clue.
What's happened to Peter Hudson? All of a sudden, he's turned into
99.
Rudolf Nureyev with the way he's getting the darts to go through the air. But it's working. I'm trying to get a read on Blommer. I wonder how he's feeling.
100.
Well, mate, is he just mentally switched off? Is the mental fatigue eventually got to him, and that means he just
45.
can't apply himself? Because at the moment he's averaging 55.
Well, he's not playing within his own rhythm. He's actually delivering the darts a bit too quick.
Yeah.
Let's face it. Peter Hudson is not going to change position in the table no matter what happens. He's going to be 4th. Blommer's going to be 2nd. But you still want to finish a group on a high.
Yeah, that should be priority number 1, and I think
160.
that's what was disappointing for Kevin. I thought, well, if you can take anything out of this, end the game, end the day, and the group on a bit of a high, and win your final match.
64.
And one of the reasons why Kevin hit the 25 with the last dart is because it puts him 4 darts away from winning the leg.
Yeah.
It's very clever, in fact.
100.
Advanced darting maths.
Correct. Leave yourself the minimum amount of darts away from winning the leg. You could be on a shot that's 5 darts away or 4 darts away. What would you rather have?
40.
And Peter misses
Kevin,
the
you're
board.
120.
Never mind the single. But he might still be 2-0 up.
Well, it's like the latest trend now of players, and I've noticed it's creeping into a lot of them when they're in the sort of 70 region, and they have the opportunity to leave either 55, 56, 57, 58, or 59. They're doing that to avoid leaving the 60 because of that blocker dart, the 20.
Yeah, and they'd much rather have 59 than 61. You don't want to have to go for a 25, which has its own risks.
95.
Gervin Price does it probably better than anybody else. How many times do you see him on 59?
Yeah.
I think even players at this level could still learn
60.
a lot from the elite guys who are doing things that give themselves the most opportunities.
I continue to learn. I never would have. When it first started happening, I was, why are you doing that? And then,
134.
of course, it takes out that blocker dart. It's anything to give yourself a dart, an open bed.
It took me a long time to figure out why Mensa Sudovic and Gerwin Price would go for the bullseye at 25 on dart 3 of a leg.
Yeah.
So if you score 105 and leave 396, and I thought, what possible benefit could that leave you?
60.
And then I realized that if you get 2 180s, you leave double 18. So you can still get a 10 dart leg.
Yep. And as long as you don't stray, your main target will be, what was that? This is a bit of a Richie Burnett coming in there. Yeah, you all your darts will be at the treble 20.
I'm going to start calling him Peter Burnett.
83.
That one's all right.
Wasn't Peter Burnetti a footballer or something?
That one's a bit more flamboyant. He doesn't look too pleased about it. There it is. There's a little bit of the Richie Burnett. Electricity.
Kevin, you require 129.
Well, how long will Blommer be in this match before he switches on and thinks, well, I just want to win this, as he casually picks off the ball to leave tops?
He can find the ball and other people just can't do it. All of a sudden, Hudson switches on and in motion, he looks away.
Why doesn't he know what he wants before he throws? It's up there on a massive, well, I call it monitor. It's a gigantic TV screen.
Fourth leg, Peter, to
If you've got a problem with something on your right side, the worst thing you want to do is do a fist pump with someone else that might make it worse. I like the respect, though.
64.
When you get these kind of niggles, they're annoying more than anything else. And you think to yourself, I've played so many matches, I'm trying to get myself sharp.
42.
When something pops.
Yeah, when it's one that gives you pain, there's nothing worse because then you fear getting to the end of your throw. Like with when I had my tendonitis and tennis elbow, I just as soon as I get to Emily's throw, I do exactly what he's doing because you know the pain's coming.
Yeah, you don't want to extend the elbow just in case something goes crack.
140.
Something went crack there, right in the treble 20 for Hudson. Yeah, another max this week. The most prolific in that department.
78.
Now that we know that Christian Kist is through to Saturday night, do you think that he's going to win the week, or are you seeing the likelihood from somebody else?
I'd certainly have him in a group of favourites, if not the outright favourite from what we've seen And if I'm really honest,
97.
although he's played some very good stuff, he looks like he's got another gear. I think he's that type of player that you maybe get the best out of him when you force it out of him.
64. Peter O'Quire, 82.
Bullseye first target and found. And 3-1. We tipped it at maybe Blommer winning this one. We might have a bit of egg on our face.
I tipped him up to win this one full zip. I just didn't think he was the type of character that would
Game on.
just switch off a bit. And he's averaging 76. But credit to Hudson.
140.
This is his best performance of the day, isn't it, Paul?
It's weird. It's just weird.
He's 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
Well, let's look at what he's done today.
85.
75 as an average, losing to Dracht by 4 legs to 3. After that, an 80 average, losing to Kist by 4 legs to 2.
99.
Since then, he's averaged in defeat 69 and 65.
Now 3-0 up, averaging in the 90s.
140.
Beware the wounded player.
Beware of the jinxie commentator.
All we can do is recommend on what we can see.
92.
Well, yeah, and it's not an opinion. We're basing it purely on the numbers going into this match. A player that is pretty much for the day,
100.
averaging over 30 points more than the
170.
opponent, and carrying an injury. Impossible not to have
100.
Blommer.
Well, I would never have guessed that Blommer would lose 3 straight games
84.
after winning his first 2 today.
Kevin O'Quire, 70.
But maybe the signs were there. Bullseye for Blommer.
45.
That could be that.
Peter O'Quire, 92.
He took out 82 in the last leg. How about 92?
52. Kevin O'Quire, 25.
To stay alive with a chance of 6 points for the day.
Game
That's what he
from the
gets.
fifth leg, Kevin Blommer.
Needs to break in the next leg if he wants to get to 24 points in the table. And
Sixth leg,
imagine
Peter
that.
to
Imagine the
Thoreau
feeling
first. Game on.
of playing on your debut. Imagine on Monday morning saying to Kevin Blommer, you're going to get 24 points from this group. And he will say, tremendous, I'll see you on Saturday. Nope. Not good enough to win this group.
43.
In fact, I don't have it at hand. I've seen people not get through in Group A with 22 points, but I do not remember anybody not getting through on 24.
100. $137.
This is great defiance from the Rock. Still averaging over 91. Got the solitary maximum in the game.
44.
And maybe taking advantage of the fact that they know their fate. They're both going to get a bit more sleep tomorrow morning because of the later sessions. I hope you can join us from 1 o'clock tomorrow.
99.
In between now and then, I would suggest that Peter Hudson might be getting some sort of help with that shoulder department. Doing nothing will give him
100.
very little chance of coming through in what's going to be a very competitive Group C.
$140.
It's a flamboyant 140, that's for sure. And he's on a number that gave him his last winning leg.
41.
And looks very much likely that Kevin Blommer is not going to make that 24-point mark. A missed single again from Hudson. How many times has he missed singles this week?
42.
I don't have the exact number at hand, but it's too many.
$41.
That doesn't leave a finish.
40.
And it may just be 3 consecutive defeats for Kevin Blommer. And the first win of the day for Peter Hudson.
Game
And for the first time this week, everybody gets points. Because in the previous couple of days, somebody has left with nothing in the pot. But Peter Hudson, at the last time of asking, does get a win over Kevin Blommer, who has one of his worst performances of the week. However, it doesn't damage his position in the table. He will finish second on 22, and he will be in Group B with Martijn Dracht and some other players over the next couple of nights. Thanks for joining us over the last few hours. It's going to be up to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon to close the show.
Thank you very much, Paul. Peter Hudson winning that final game. And there was a point early on today we were just worried about Peter a little bit. You could see at the end there, but to put out that performance says a lot about him.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those. It just went in for him, and Blommer, there was no resistance at all. I just think he realised it was over for him today, and he could get no higher or go no lower, and just sort of went through the motions.
I spoke to Kevin just after Christian qualified, and he just said he woke up this morning with just a different kind of pressure, being top of the table, things like that, and it was just a different kind of pressure for him. He just really couldn't handle it in those first couple of games.
Yeah, I think he dealt with it. I think he dealt with it okay. I thought Kist was absolutely outstanding today, and you know, it will be new pressure. He wouldn't have played in this type of sort of system or environment to understand what it's like to sort of dwell overnight. It may have affected his sleep pattern. I just think people around him played a little bit better.
As for Christian Kist, we'll have a look at the table now. He is our Group A winner, and when he needed to put in clutch performances, he put in clutch performances.
Yeah, he was outstanding, setting a new leg difference record that was set by Barry Van Peer, wasn't it, at 34, and he's beat that by 2. And when we've seen how Barry Van Peer got to that 34 leg difference, we thought it may be unlikely that it would get beaten, but there you go. At one point, it could have been beaten by two players in Kevin Blommer and Kiss. But yeah, Kiss was a different gravy, and it just shows you the experience and what it counts for.
And obviously, we saw him play some really good stuff on the Euro Tour, and he's just sent it straight through to here. Yeah,
listen, he's a former world champion. He's only really not gone on to achieve more because of injury and health problems. But yeah, we've seen a bit of an example of what he's still capable of.
Martijn Dracht gets himself into Group B. Is that a fair reflection on 3 days' play?
Yeah, for me, yeah. I thought he was the third best player of the group. Certainly looks like the one that has a high ceiling. I don't think he'd be particularly happy how he's played, because we've seen from him before where his ceiling's at. But he's now got time to put it right. He's into an easier group in terms of potential qualifying for Saturday night, but still going to have his work cut out.
It's going to be a very interesting Group B. Let's have a look then at the groups now. These are the brackets for the rest of the week. Kevin Painter then dropping into Group C. How do you see him faring over those couple of days? Yeah,
I think he's going to struggle. He's just not happy. I hope for his sake that he picked up a win in the final game just to have something positive to take away. But yeah, I don't think he's obviously not happy with his equipment, because he's chopped and changed. I think when he had the setup with the bigger flight, and the black stem looked more comfortable. But yeah, looking at those groups, Lipscomb, Osborne and Ryan Furness coming in as well, Blommer and Dracht. That is a seriously tough group. And good luck trying to pick 3 from the 5 coming out there, because I'd pretty much make them 5 to 6, each of 5, because how can you separate them? You know, you've got so much experience at this level. In Osborne and Ryan Furness, of course, proven winners in the Super Series. And Lipscomb is a player that I think we've not seen the best of yet.
Home event for Adam Lipscomb. Obviously, if he gets here on Saturday, there's rumours of big crowds coming as a consequence of it. Does that add pressure, possibly?
I think so. I think it did last time, because he came ever so close to qualifying. And I think he was so desperate to qualify, to play in front of his home fans, and I think that's what put him off in the end. But he's had that experience of going through that before. Now he knows how to deal with it.
And just finally, we love a week where Scott Baker's here, don't we?
Yeah, he's fast and furious, a no-nonsense start player. It's lots of 180s, and really exciting to watch.
And we get a line tomorrow morning.
We do.
We shall enjoy that. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. We're going to be back 1 o'clock. Remember, the start time on Thursdays and Fridays here at the MODUS Super Series will kick off on the YouTube channel before joining Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock for all of the Group C action. But as far as Group A is concerned, Christian has sealed his place in the final with a kiss. Bye-bye.